Prayers.
Almighty God, who in thy wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliament for the welfare of society and just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country, and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our church. Amen. Yes, one communication first.
Communication from the chair.
Honorable members, today's sitting marks the end of this ordinary session. That's the first ordinary session of the Assembly in the 2023 legislative year. This was precisely a 3-week ordinary session with lots of businesses. The session also witnessed the legislative process of critical bills, some of which were already passed by this Assembly, including other important motions and reports. Honorable members, as has been said, the business of the plenary assembly can never be exhausted. We will therefore today start the motion on the adjournment debate to adjourn this ordinary session, Sine-Die. Therefore, I wish to welcome His Excellency the Vice President and all honorable ministers here in present to attend this very important sitting of the Assembly, being the adjournment debate. This is a unique sitting of the Assembly at the end of each ordinary session, allowing honorable members the opportunity to discuss and debate on cross-cutting issues, which of course requires the attention of the executive. At the appropriate time of the debate, I will invite His Excellency the Vice President and honorable ministers to also participate in the debate and respond to issues raised regarding their portfolios. Honorable members, as has been communicated to you yesterday, we will sit to finish the adjournment debate today. The office of the clerk shall provide the necessary meals for both Iftar and dinner. I thank you for your attention. Clerk, can we proceed now?
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 29 March 2023.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 29 March 2023 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move a motion for correction and approval of the said record of votes and proceedings? Honorable member for Sine-Die.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I rise to move the motion that we do the correction and approval of recording of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 29th March 2023. Thank you.
Honorable members, it has been moved. Any seconder? Honorable member for Ileasa constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 29th March 2023 be considered and approved. Honorable members, we have copies of the record of votes. As usual, we go through it page by page, and then you have any observations or comments on, you can make them, beginning with page 1. Honorable member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 1, number 3, after prayers, number 3.
Number
3,
Yes, go ahead.
questions for oral answers, standing order 36 and 41. The order should be pluralized. It should carry S.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable members, number 3 on page 1. Questions for oral answers, in brackets, standing orders 36 and 41. The order should take S. Any more on page 1? Honorable members, we move to page 2. No comments. We move to page 3. Honorable member for Bakau.
Honorable Speaker, on page 3, where you have the following members who were absent with permission. Honorable Suleiman Saho, he was in attendance yesterday. 54, yes.
Honorable members, on page 3, number 54, the following members were absent with permission. Honorable Sao was around. So he should be moved to those in attendance.
Honorable Speaker,
Just hold on, just hold on. Honorable member for Serekunda.
number 53, Honorable Omar Jame, Janjambure, he was also present yesterday.
Number 53.
Yes,
Where is Honorable Omar Jame?
yes.
Huh?
He was present, but he's not here today.
He's not here today.
Yes,
He was present yesterday.
yes.
All right. You know, I was trying to get to the table office somebody who is present and is marked absent. I don't understand it. But they are also saying whether members do sign in. Because if you are present, you don't sign in, they will not be able to verify whether you were in attendance or not.
Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, what I would suggest, honorable members, to avoid all these things, even if we are late, when you come, you go to the table office to make sure that your name is registered. Honorable Omar Gamme, number 53, should be moved to those present. Any more on page 3? We move to page 4. Honorable members, we can now move to page 5. We move to page 6, honorable members. Page 7, honorable members. We move to page 8, honorable members. Honorable member for Fonyi Bintang.
Good. On page 8, question number 039, 2023, by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang Karana. It should be Fonyi Bondani, not Fonyi Bintang.
You were talking about page 8 on top.
It's on top.
Question number 039, 2023 by Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang. It should be Fonyi
Bondani.
Bondali.
Yes.
Okay, noted. Any more questions or observations on page 8? We move to page 9. Page 10, we go to page 10, honorable members. We move to the last page, page 11, honorable members. Page 11. Honorable member for Upper Salon.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Before the adjournment, I think if you look at the order paper, the last minister was supposed to be the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Welfare. The questions were not treated, and I think it's important that we capture the records that the questions were not treated. Thank you.
Yeah, if you look at the agenda yesterday, the last agenda we had yesterday was gender. And we were informed that the Honorable Minister was not in town. So it was not treated. I think it should be reflected in the records of votes and proceedings. Table office will do the corrections. It's noted. Any more? Okay. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 29th March 2023 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, can we proceed?
Bills, Standing Order 74 and 75. Third reading of the State-Owned Enterprises Bill 2023 by the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy, stepping in for the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs.
Honorable members, you will recall that the consideration stage of the State-Owned Enterprises Bill 2023 was concluded on Tuesday, 21st March 2023. Accordingly, today is appointed for the third reading in accordance with Order 75. I now therefore invite the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy, stepping in for the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs, to move a motion for the third reading of the bill entitled State-Owned Enterprises Bill 2023. Honorable Minister, please.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker. I move that the bill entitled State-Owned Enterprise 2023, having gone through the consideration stage with amendments, be read a third time and passed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, any seconder? Honorable member for Upper Salum.
Yes, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable Speaker,
Yes, and I'm seconding the motion, and also to there's a minor, amendment that we need to make by virtue of Standing Order 75. If you look at it, saying on the cover, State-Owned Enterprises Bill 2022, it should read 2023, and wherever it appears on the bill.
Honorable members, I think we've all seen it. If you have the bill itself, on top, State-Owned Enterprises Bill 2022, when it should be 2023. I think we did this amendment. It's just that it's not captured. And as per Standing Order 75-2, we can do these minor amendments before we put the question. So the honorable member for Upper Salum has moved, I think you moved it, or you only suggested? You can move the motion and then it be seconded.
Okay.
For this proposed amendment.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. By virtue of Standing Order 75, Clause 2, I rise to move a motion for the amendment of the State-Owned Enterprises Bill before us to read State-Owned Enterprises Bill 2023 wherever it appears on the bill.
I seconded the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the proposed amendment by the member for Upper Salum and seconded by the honorable member for Brikama South, as amended, stand part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, say no. The ayes have it. So, you have Wooly East?
I have a motion to limit the time for intervention, but after you've announced, you can do that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled the State-Owned Enterprises Bill 2023, having gone through the consideration stage with amendments, be read a third time and passed. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, thank you very much. Clerk, can we proceed and you read the short title of the bill?
State-Owned Enterprises Bill 2023.
Thank you, Clerk. The bill is now passed. Clerk, can we proceed?
Motion on the adjournment debate. Standing Order 54. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned, Sine-Die, by the Honorable Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North.
Honorable members, in accordance
After he has moved.
with the provisions of Orders 13.5 and 54.1 of the Standing Orders, the Honorable Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North will move a motion for the Assembly to adjourn Sine-Die.
Chair, before
Before allowing
Speaker.
him to do so, I wish to draw the attention of the Assembly to Order 54.3 of the Standing Orders, which reads, and I quote, during the debate on the motion on the adjournment debate of a session, no honorable member shall speak more than 15 minutes, except that the Speaker may, at his or her discretion, allow the mover of the motion extra time for his or her reply. Due to this holy month of Ramadan and the fact that many people are fasting, I wish to appeal to honorable members to be judicious in their interventions as well as avoid repetitive deliberations. Finally, honorable members, I want to remind us all to take note of the relevant provisions of the standing orders regarding the adjournment debate. And finally, honorable members, may I now invite the Honorable Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North.
Chair, can I, Speaker, motion.
What is? Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, based on what you have said, we are in the Ramadan, and so many people want to say something for the last day after sitting for 30 days. So I want to move a motion on the clause 53K, that is motion without notice, to limit the time allotted for each member to intervene for not more than 10 minutes.
Point of order. Order.
Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, motions for debate on the adjournment debate of a session. Clause 2, the debate on the motion on the adjournment of a session may continue without limit beyond the time fixed for the adjournment of the Assembly. During the debate on the motion on the adjournment of a session, no member shall speak more than 15 minutes, except that the Speaker may, at his or her discretion, allow mover of the motion extra time. You can give extra time, but we cannot reduce it. By the standing order, only ABC can do it.
Honorable Member for Central Badibu. That clause only talks about the amount you are entitled to. Except at the discretion of the Speaker, he can give you extra. But you can move a motion to say we are going to have it for 10 minutes. Or you are going to have it for 15 minutes. Or you are going to even...
Honorable Speaker. Lower Salom. Lower Salom.
Honorable Lower Salum. Yes, honorable member, but I think there is a motion on the floor. Yes, I want to second it. Honorable member for Lower Salum, what are you saying?
Yes, I rise to second the motion, and again we set a precedent here. There was an
No, honorable. It's not time for debate. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded. Honorable members, we've been trying to look at the relevant provisions of the standing orders. What section? What is section?
54.
Yeah.
54.
Section 54.3 reads, during the debate on the motion on the adjournment of a session, no member shall speak for more than 15 minutes, except that the speaker may, at his or her discretion, allow the mover of the motion extra time for his or her reply. No member shall speak for, you can speak for 1 minute. You can speak for 10 minutes. The limit is the upper limit. It's not the lower limit, it's the upper limit. So, if you choose to speak for 5 minutes, it's not bad. What you cannot do is to speak for more than 15 minutes, except with the lever. So, honorable members, and usual parliamentary practice, honorable, it looks like I'm seeing some. Deputy Speaker.
No, we await your ruling on the, we await your, because, Honorable Speaker, yes, 54-3.
Honorable, just hold on. Yes, honorable member. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
You know, Honorable Speaker, behind the scenes, all these members are discouraging me from making my point. Yes, I just appeal on them to allow me to continue.
No.
Honorable Speaker, when you look at 54-3, what is clear is that any member who wishes to participate in during the adjournment debate may speak for 1 minute and sit down. 5 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, but you cannot speak for more than 15 minutes without the leave of the speaker. That means, and it's saying shall, but it has not created any clause that will allow any member to move a motion or to reduce the time from 15 to 0 or 10 or 3. That's very clear.
Honorable member, I beg to disagree. Honorable members,
No, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, we will sort this out at a given time. The parliamentary practice, we do it. And the interpretation here is varying. But what we know clear is that is the upper limit given. If it were that no member should speak for not less than 15 minutes, then you may think that you cannot bring it down to less than 15 minutes. But what we are saying that the motion has been moved and the motion has been seconded.
Honorable Speaker.
I will put the question.
Honorable Speaker, please, before you put the question, please. Please.
Member for Central Body.
Yes.
Honorable member for Central Body.
Yes.
I think you put up your argument. You have put up your argument.
Put up your argument.
Honorable Speaker, please, if you feel it is wrong,
put up your
vote against it. No, if I give you, I will give others, and I don't want to give anybody. We don't want to waste time on this.
Yes, but Honorable Speaker, please.
Honorable, if I give you, there are a lot of these things up. I will give everybody. If you are not in agreement, just disagree. And if you are in agreement, just vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, you said we respect our laws. Always you advise the members to respect this standing order. And now if you limit it to 8 minutes, you deny Honorable South the 15 minutes, for example. So what I'm suggesting, we can suspend this clause. Somebody can move a motion, we suspend the clause. Or we do something. But now, if Honorable member of is moving a motion 8 minutes, he's denying me my 15 minutes.
Honorable, you have justified me because you have also gone against the very standing orders by standing up and talking without the speaker's leave.
Yeah.
No, here we are, Honorable. Here we are.
The speaker's discretion.
Honorable, this is interpretation,
And where there is interpretation, you have a right to an opinion. As Speaker, that's my judgment on the matter. If there are various clauses that you can use to come out so that we look at it better and correct whatever should be corrected. But how you see it and how others see it is different. Now, what we are doing is, for you it may be illegal. For others it is legal. So now we just put the question, if you agree, if you are in agreement with the motion, you agree. If you are not in agreement, you say no.
Speaker, point of order.
The motion is moved and seconded.
Speaker, point of order.
All those who are in support of the motion, please say aye.
Point of order. Order.
Huh? Yeah, the motion is for 10 minutes.
Point of order.
Who is shouting order?
For you, Councillor.
Whom are you putting a point of order to?
No, point of order, General, in the consensus of what we are dividing. Yes, section, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Section 54(2). The debate on the motion of adjournment of a session may continue without limit beyond the time fixed for the adjournment of the Assembly.
I am saying you are talking about point of order. On what basis are you putting a point of order?
I am putting on the basis of the timing, the 15 minutes. On the motion that we've already discussed. That's what I'm putting across.
Honorable member.
Yes.
This one plus 54(2). Let me read it. Let's all read it together.
Yes, okay.
The debate on the motion on the adjournment of a session may continue without limit beyond the time fixed for the adjournment of the Assembly. That is the limit. That is we sit from, let's say, 10 o'clock to 6 o'clock.
Honourable Speaker.
It's not about time limit on the debate on the adjournment. Please.
Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker.
Entertaining any more questions. You have a right to agree and you have a right to disagree.
But
now, I am not entertaining any questions.
With all due respect, Honourable Speaker, I think we
you see, Honourable Member for Sani Mentoring. Honourable Member for Sani Mentoring.
I think it's better for
Honourable Member for Sani Mentoring. Please. I honestly, I don't.
No, I am with you. I said you use your discretion.
Yes, no, I don't want you to talk. Even if you are with me, Honourable Member, even if you are with me.
I apologize, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Member, please.
I apologize.
If you are with me, even if you are supporting me, go by the standing orders. Don't talk when I have not given you the floor. I don't want, even if you are supporting me. Please, honourable members, you reserve the right to agree to the motion or disagree, depending on what your own belief of the standing orders. The motion has been moved and seconded that we reduce the time to 10 minutes, maximum. Those who are in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Huh? Honorable members, I now invite the Honorable Minority Leader and Member for Brikama South. Sorry, Brikama North, I apologize.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Speaker.
Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Section 98(1)(b) of the 1997 Constitution, and in accordance with Orders 13.5 and 54.1, I beg to move the motion for this August Assembly to adjourn Sine-Die. Honorable Speaker, This motion will provide summary of what transpired in this August Assembly during the first ordinary session of this Assembly from the period 6 to 30th March 2023. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, throughout deliberations during this period, the Assembly considered and adopted records of votes and proceedings of the daily sittings as required by Order 35-2. Honorable Speaker, in light of Section 77(4) of the Constitution and this Assembly's quest to ensure greater scrutiny and accountability, this Assembly continued the genial but thoughtful interaction with the Executive Administration, oral questions and answer sessions with honorable ministers as it concerns their respective portfolios, departments, and agencies. The honorable ministers appear before this Assembly to answer orally to questions asked by honorable members. Honorable Speaker, I commend the appearance of the following honorable ministers. 1, His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources, Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy, Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources, Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education, Honorable Minister of Tourism and Culture, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad, Honorable Minister for Defense, Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports, Honorable Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional Government, Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment, Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs. In a similar note, and pursuant to Standing Order 100, the Honorable Minister for Health presented reply to the report of the Select Committee on Health, Disaster, and Humanitarian Relief Parliamentary Inquiry on the Acute Kidney Injury, AKI. Honorable Speaker, the August Assembly witnessed the tabling, consideration, and adoption of the following motions. 1, pursuant to Section 79(1)(c) of the 1997 Constitution, motion and ratification of the financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of the Gambia and the European Investment Bank on Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project, also called the Gambia Renewable Energy Gambia Renewable Energy Project, finance contract or loan for the component 4 of the Renewable Energy Project, amounting to 8 million euros. 2, motion for the consideration ratification of the financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of the Gambia, the Sustainable Energy Service Company, SESCO, and the European Investment Bank on the Gambia Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project, also called Gambia Renewable Energy Project. The investment grant for component 4 of the Gambia Renewable Energy Project, amounting to 24 million euros. Both motions were tabled by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs. The Assembly considered and ratified the Convention on the Law of the Non-Navigational Uses of the International Waters 1997 Watercourses Convention and the Convention on the Protection and the Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes, done at Helsinki on the 17th March 1992. These motions were tabled by the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in terms of bills, the August Assembly considered or pass the following bills during the session. 1. The Local Government Amendment Bill 2023 by the member for Brikama North was passed. And 2. Prevention and Prohibition of Torture Bill 2023, the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Bill 2023 were passed, and the Anti-Corruption Bill 2019 under consideration of the National Assembly, all by the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. 3. The State-Owned Enterprise Bill 2023 by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs is recently passed. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the following reports of the mentioned parliamentary committees were considered and adopted. 1. Report of the Standing Committee on Public Enterprises on the State-Owned Enterprises Bill 2022 by the Honorable Chairperson of the committee. 2. The report of the Select Committee on Tourism, Arts, Culture, Youth, and Sports on its countrywide tour 2022 by the Chairperson of the committee. And 3. Report of the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters on the Prevention and Prohibition of Torture Bill 2020 by the Honorable Chairperson of the committee. And 4. The report of the Select Committee on Trade, Regional Integration on the Labour Bill 2022 by the Chairperson of the committee. And 5. The report of the Gambia delegation to the first ordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament, 24th October to 10th November 2022 in Midrand, South Africa, by the Chairperson of the committee. 6. The report of the Standing Committee on Public Petitions on the petitions report from the Woodley East Animal Protection Association by the Chairperson of the committee. And 7. The report of the Standing Committee on Public Petitions on the petition report from the Gambia Ports Authority, GPA, by the Chairperson of the committee. A report of the Select Committee on monitoring the implementation of the government projects on visit to the project sites 2022 by the Chairperson of the committee. And finally, 9, the report of the Select Committee on Health, Disaster, Refugees, and Humanitarian Relief countrywide tour to health facilities 2022 by the Chairperson of the committee. Finally, Honorable Speaker, today this August Assembly is here to commence the motion to stand adjourned, Sine-Die. The trust and confidence bestowed on the Assembly by the citizens with its corresponding expectation is well within the notice of this August Assembly. Therefore, I would like to seize this opportunity on behalf of both halves of the Assembly to reassure citizens of unwavering commitment of this August Assembly to serve the supreme interests of the nation diligently without fear or favor, affection or ill will or any kind. This Assembly takes special note and is collectively alive to public outcry on allegations of corruption in public offices and special attention placed on Anti-Corruption Bill 2019. The bill has commenced its journey through the consideration stage and undoubtedly will be read a third time in the second ordinary sitting of the Assembly. The Assembly is committed to fighting any form of corruption and will exercise its powers to fullness if and when necessary. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, collectively we can overcome the economic, security, and other social challenges we face as a people and nation. In our national conversation on all matters concerning our beloved country, more especially on matters of security, we must, as a people, especially be cautious, in our public utterance, because the implications could be enormous. In this holy month of Ramadan and Lent season, I call on all citizens, especially businessmen, to be considerate and fair in their dealings with the state. All persons should desist from price hiking, overpricing, and all over exploitation maneuvers that are detriment to the welfare of the people and the state. I enjoin all members to join me in condemning any move or attempt to such conduct. Honorable Speaker, while I thank fellow honorable members for the foresight and dedication to duty during this session, I most like in the previous session challenges all of us, individually and collectively, as Assembly to reflect on the need for stronger commitment and dedication to the principal function of this legislature. We must remind ourselves that notwithstanding the diverse and sometimes the cumbersome engagements members are faced with, we cannot negate our core function, especially as it relates to attending sittings. I therefore join the Honorable Speaker to echo the call for renewed commitment by all of us to the service of our beloved Republic. This we must do because the entire nation look up to us to deliver. Honorable Speaker, thank you for the manner in which you have continued to handle the affairs of the Assembly competently and professionally. I pray that Allah the Almighty grant you the strength and wisdom to conduct this Assembly. I equally extend the same appreciation to the Deputy Speaker for competently deputizing for you service during this sitting, and then I thank you for that. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I also would like to appreciate the Clerk of the National Assembly, his deputies, and the entire staff of the National Assembly Service for all the support and services rendered to honorable members during this session. And I thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader. Honorable members, it has been moved. Any seconder? Honorable Member for Upper Nyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I rest to second the motion. In the same vein, I would like to make my contribution towards the adjournment debate. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I would like to recognize the presence of the Vice President and the Cabinet Ministers here present, and also to thank you, your humble office, the way and the manner you have been steering the affairs of this Assembly. And we pray for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to continue guiding and protecting you, giving you the strength. And the same thing is extended to the office of the clerk and the staff of the National Assembly for the support they have been given to this august body. Honorable Speaker, I will be very brief and precise, and I will start with the Hakalan Road. The people of Upper Nyomi and the three Nyomis, that's Upper Nyomi, Lower Nyomi, and Jokadu, are really very concerned about the pace the Hakalan Road is going through. The work is somehow slow, and people are not happy. So we would like to appeal to the Honorable Minister for Works to at least talk to the contractor to please fast track the implementation of the contract before the expiration of the contractual date that is being newly agreed. Honorable Speaker, the same thing about the Kunta Kinte Island. I keep on saying it here. This island is getting eroded by the river day by day. And the people of Nyomi fear that we might lose the island. And therefore, we are calling the Honorable Minister for Tourism to quickly intervene to rescue this island. This is the island that this ministry is using to showcase the tourism products in abroad. Therefore, if the island is protected, we believe that the tourism of this country will also be promoted as well. Honorable Speaker, the other thing I wanted to say is general, is about the whole government contracts that have been given to the contractors to implement. Honorable Speaker, I think the people have to change their attitude. If not, we will not get the desired results of our programs and activities we are doing on behalf of Gambian people. Government institutions and government bodies are losing a lot of money through procurement. And if we don't change our attitude, Honorable Speaker, this country will be very difficult to develop, because the amount of money they are attacking to certain projects and programs, when you compare the amount of money they put in to those projects and programs, realistically, even if you are a layman, you are not that much convinced that this amount of money they charge for this particular program can, can all go into there. So therefore, people have to be honest and be ready to serve their nation. That's the only way we can move this country forward. And with these few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to take my seat. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Opanyomi. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this assembly stand adjourned, Sine-Die. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. Any honorable member now may take the floor, beginning with honorable member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And then thank you very much, Honorable Minority Leader, for ably moving the motion on the adjournment debate. Honorable Speaker, I wouldn't take long. I just want to emphasize on a few things, but first of all, starting with my constituency. Honorable Speaker, adjournment debate upon adjournment debate, we keep saying the same things. We have a problem, we have problems rather, and some of these problems are still persisting. And as representative of the people, as their advocates, we will continue talking about these problems unless and until they are solved. I have to admit there are progress made in certain areas, but still more work needs to be done in certain areas too. First of all, I will start with the issue of telecommunication. I think we are among the very few districts where, as you will go, you might tend to use the networks in other countries than even the network that is available here. It is difficult and it is disheartening to say that sometimes we even want to make an important call to Nyanija, but you find it very difficult. Some of these GSMs, let's talk about the one that is for the government, especially Gamtel. If you have a Gamtel line traveling to Nyanija, I think it's better you substitute it to another line, because the network there is very, very poor. The other networks, some of them are trying, but we still need more intervention in that area. I know they are doing business, they are in the private sector, but as their representative, as these are the voices they are telling me, it is right for me to say it here. All the GSMs, we need interventions in Nyanija to make sure we have a very stable network, and we also want to enjoy surfing the net connecting with our people in the diaspora and so on. It is a problem if you go there to connect to the internet and so on. Just even sometimes to even make simple calls. So the Honorable Minister for Information, please help us in that area. The next thing I'll move on to is something which is not new to anybody here in this August Assembly. That is our rice fields. You see, if we stand here and talk about issues that affect our people, these are issues that we feel from the bottom of our heart. The rainy season is approaching, maybe by June. And even by December, this past December and January, I wish you just have time and visit our people. You see how they are struggling to get their harvest from these rice fields. They use these roads, which that they are not secured, deep waters, muddy waters. There is no access, complete no access. Still now we are using this traditional way of cultivating rice. And many people here always struggle to go there and say, I need this type of rice, I need this type of rice, and so on. But if they know the struggle our women are going through to get this rice, honestly, you will appreciate it, and then you will come into our favor. So our cry is access roads to our rice field. It is still lacking, and then we need intervention in that area. The Honorable Minister for Agriculture. The other thing I will move on to is water and electricity. It's still a problem. There are communities without water, though I have to say thank you, the government of the Gambia. They have provided some boreholes to many communities so far, and even some philanthropists have also helping by providing community boreholes here and there. But there are still communities that were benefiting before from boreholes, like the communities of Jailan Bagadaji. They were having a borehole, but by then the community size was very small, and now there is a health post there. Now that small borehole is serving the entire 2 communities plus the health post. Sometimes they will stay for weeks without even having water, because what they will prioritize is only the health center. Sometimes the health center, they will even have to sort into local wells. They have to go to the local wells and make sure they get fetch water to be able to attend to some of these patients. So the borehole that is presently in Jailan Bagadagi, that is serving these 2 communities plus the health center, it is virtually not functional, though sometimes they do have small water, but it's virtually not functional, and it needs to be upgraded, because there exists a health center, and these communities are growing rapidly. The other thing that I will move on to is the issue of electricity. We've been hearing, and then we've seen people from NAWEC come, survey, even paid some compensation to some farm owners, but still now we want to see the pole standing so that we can benefit like the people of Baribu and so on. If you look at the stretch from Nyanija, up Pasalum, up to Kawu, there's nothing there still. So we definitely need intervention in that area. Honorable Minister for Energy. The other thing that I will also just want to thank, not to comment, the issue of our roads. Honestly, Honorable Minister for Transport, we are grateful. Though the progress is a bit slow, but I understand the challenges. We are all aware. But I just want to say thank you to the government of the Gambia through your ministry. We've been lagging behind, but now we've seen ourselves part of the Gambia. The last but not the least that I want to talk about, Honorable Minister, is the issue of the National Health Insurance Scheme. The National Health Insurance Scheme, this is an act of parliament that we passed here in this house. As chair of the Health Committee, we've engaged them to see how far they have gone with their progress and so on. They have conducted the registration of over 1.2 million Gambians so far. But they have challenges, they are facing difficulties, and these difficulties, I think it's only important and wise to say it with my colleagues, National Assembly members, that's the issue of funding. There are sources of funds identified in the Act, but it is sad to report that these sources of funding are not forthcoming, according to them. So we need to intervene in that area. As chair of the Health Committee, we will intervene and then probably write a report and bring it to the floor of the House for the information of all members so that we can all be at the same wavelength and see how best we can help. Because the National Health Insurance Scheme, it's our own making, it's our own doing, it's our own baby, this August Assembly. So we can't be passing laws and then employing people, running institutions, and at the end of the day, the purpose it is made for is not meant. So definitely we need to intervene in that area. And I can assure you our committee will proper into the issue and refer back to this August Assembly and for us to definitely do something about it. So, Honorable Speaker, I think basically that's what I have. Just want to thank you and thank everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyanija. And I invite the Honorable Member for Old Joshua.
Joshua. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will also join my colleagues to say a very big thank you to your leadership for the way this parliament was handled during these past days we spent here. And also my colleagues also for coming together in the interest of this country. Honorable Speaker, let me start with my area first, and that's my famous minister, that's the Ministry of Works and Transport. Honorable Minister, I think government cannot do it all. We must come together and see how best we can complement the effort of government. With regards to the kind of industrial area, we have a lot of business that are operating in that area. And their access road within that area needs to be fixed. But should it be only left in the hands of government? For me, I'm saying no. Let me quote an example of the Gassem road that's linked between Gassem, where you have Gassem, CSC, and other big companies within that area. Gassem is a cement factory. CSC is a construction factory that is also doing on roads. How can you engage them? You either waive their taxes for them to at least develop that road and then make it into good use. Going around during the industrial areas, going through a lot of big business companies that are operating there, and during the rainy season, access to that area is a problem. And for me, I see that they don't care. The moment they have their products and people need their product, you must force yourself to go and get it from where it is. But if you don't have access, you must find access to be there. At least it costs you more during the rainy season to get to those areas than this time. So, Honorable Minister, I'm suggesting, if possible, with the Finance Minister to sit and engage them and see how best they can contribute. Honorable Minister, on the OIC project, I think my area also benefited a lot, and we are still benefiting, and we're still looking for more. But the road that's linked between IEC Jawel to TK Motors, the contractor, as far as we are approaching the rainy season, yes, currently he's on this compartment and then doing his, how to call it, the backfilling. We are appealing to him to fast track the work, because those people within those areas are also complaining for access. So the moment it is fast, it's going to ease traffic. And there's also the one important road within the Joshua GTTI area that links to Canifing Estate. That road between GTTI and Old Joshua, that back road, we have enough space there to connect from the main highway to Canifing Estate. Honorable Minister, the last time I engaged your director, we went on a tour, we looked at it. There was a road that was supposed to connect from the cemetery, between the two cemeteries of the Muslim and the Christian cemetery, that comes out to Old Joshua and petrol station. Currently, Oryx, it's no more happening. And they were planning to transfer it to the industrial area. I said no, let them bring it to this area, at least it's got an easy connection between Canifing Estate, before going to Jimpex, which is always a busy area, connect through GTCI and then to Canifing Estate. Honorable Minister, I think that thing needs to be looked at properly. Honorable Speaker, coming on to the Ministry of Energy, I don't know why will I call it, during Ramadan and then the rainy season, we always have a problem with NAWEC. We always see on and off every day. And currently on this current month of Ramadan, I think NAWEC needs to improve. And we don't know the reason why it is happening. Why does it always happen during the month of Ramadan, that we always have this on and off during this month of Ramadan and also during the rainy season? What can we do now? Because currently everyone needs light, especially when you fast and break your fast. What do you need to do? You're thinking of having cold water to take care of yourself. But if this is not happening, you need to put a lot of stock in your fridge to at least serve you for long. And then if you are experiencing kind of on and off, it might be a problem. So well, let's now see what they can do and help. Honorable Speaker, on Gamtel Gamshell, I think one of the colleagues has mentioned it here. We need to support Gamshell to come back to where it used to be. My example is very clear. Gamshell are now struggling. They are struggling. This was an area that people used to be very proud of working. At the end of the year, they work and have their own profits to be paying even bonus to people. But it's no more happening now. If they even find it tough to pay their salaries. So, Honorable Speaker, I think it is high time for government to look at Gamshell and see how best they can give them a helping hand to bring them out from this to hold where they are. And that can only happen when we support them as a government. Supporting them as a government is not giving them physical cash. I know when you go to many ministerial government ministries, you find different private internets in place. Why not our own Gamshell? I'm not against private agencies, those security forces that are dealing with us every day. What is their security? Every day they are being attacked. Every day they are insulted. Nobody respects them anymore because they are not secure. They need a security to be also that can guide them. Yes, they know their limits. But currently, it's very hard to call a police officer to come and even to arrest an individual in your own compound. Because if you come, you have no arms to work on. The little thing that you have is your handcuff. And even to handcuff somebody, the person must use force on you. If the individual hits you, what do you expect the police officer to do? So the police officers are no more secure. And that security aspect of it needs to be looked at properly, Honorable Speaker. I think the Minister of Interior should with the Parliament to see how best we can secure these people. The last time it happened in Carnifin, where a security officer with his gun attacked by a civilian with a cutlass. He must find his way out because he cannot do anything. The guy came with his cutlass and the police officer ran away with his gun. We are not saying that there will be violence, but at least they are seeing themselves as people that are no more secure. So if they are not secure, how can we be secure as civilians? So let's try to protect them as we are also protecting ourselves. The anti-torture bill is very clear and it's there for us. But how about them as our own brothers and sisters? Honorable Speaker, on the current affairs, and then Fulas will say yes, they will support me in this. Every day prices are going very high, especially in this holy month of Ramadan. I know we cannot say a price control, but the minister made it very the business people. He is trying to see what they can do together to make sure that what they are having is already in stock. And also the port charges, and then the time they spend at the port also might be reduced. So if government is helping, why not us as businessmen? We help our own people. But I cannot see every day you go to the shop and buy a cup of rice for $5. Next 2 days you go there, it's $7. A cup of sugar for $10. Next 2 days is $12. I mean, you cannot just say that it is Ukraine war. It's already in stock. It's already here in the Gambia. It's already here in the country. It came last September. You cannot expect that it will be finished within 3 months. The stock is still there. But every day you are increasing your this thing, your stock. You are increasing your price. So, Honorable Speaker, no price control, but us as Muslims, let's change our attitudes.
Take water. Take water.
I'm not a jola, I'm a serial. Let's see what we can do, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member for Joshua constituency. And I invite the honorable member for Brikama South.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would definitely like to touch this area, the ADB water project that was approved in 2019. It was a $100 million project, which has a lifespan of 5 years. But the minister was here yesterday and he told us that it has been extended. But the most interesting part is 2 of my communities are affected by this particular project, like Kitty and Medina in particular. But Honorable Speaker, it's very, very unfortunate up till today, nothing has been done in these areas. And I'm a little bit worried whether actually Medina and Kitty are going to benefit with this thing. I've been following, but I know from now onwards, I will personally go to the minister to discuss with him and see way forward, how are we going to deal with this issue. I think Kitty is a vulnerable community in terms of water, and they are very close to an area where these boreholes are situated. The closest community is Kitty, and they are the most vulnerable in terms of pipe borne. I think this is an issue that needs to be addressed. Already it has been captured up till today. The 5 years has elapsed, and it has been extended. I was only came to know that yesterday. But I will, as I said, I will still follow this issue. Likewise, Medina. I think Brikama is very central, and there are a lot of boreholes that are situated in Brikama. But up till now, we have a greater number of our communities that are not having this pipe-borne water. So this is a problem that I want to put the attention. Going forward, I also want to look at the issue of the feeder road and drainage systems in Brikama, particularly the market area. In fact, if you look at it, the rainy season is not very far. Sometimes there is always a row between the drivers and some of the jewelers when there is this price increase because of the drainage issue. Honorable Speaker, there are 2 major roads that has been approved in 2022 budget. That is Brikama, Buffalo to up to Medina Ring. And up till today, this has not been, there is nothing that has been done towards this thing. From 2022 up till today, this has not been constructed. And Brikama Jida towards Tubakuta, and this is a very interesting bypass. I vividly remember the then minister dispatched a team. We went to these areas, and they have taken, the design was out, they have studied the roads, and the design were out. And up till today, I'm not hearing anything regarding this particular roads. But I know I will still engage the present minister and see what is best. How can we come together on this issue? Honorable Speaker, I also want to talk about the military range in Brikama. This has been a special problem where we've been engaging from the 5th legislature, from 2017, we've been talking about this issue. The ridge is at the center of Brikama, where we have all the schools in this area. And when there is training previously, they used to, and up till today, this has not been done, and sometimes there are some exercises that we have to relook at it. Honorable Minister for Defense, I think will also work with you. Going forward, I also want to talk about the fish market in Brikama, where there is always a problem between the fish market and the area council. Yesterday, the minister was invited here, and he said they are still waiting for the Japanese to come and fund this area. And I want to believe the fish market is at the center of Brikama market, where the councils is there on daily basis to collect the market dues and so forth. So I think collaborating with the market, there could be a way out to make sure that the issue of the market drainage system is completely be remedied now. Still now, Honorable Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about my border end, the level of encroachment, particularly Dasla, Medimbaya, and Bajira. I think this has been a concern. We are losing our territorial integrity. Seriously, we cannot accept a foreign country invading our country and claiming those communities as their communities. And this has been a problem, and I have been singing this for almost more than 5 years, and up till today, there is no remedy to solve this problem. And the trend in which it is going, we need a solution to it, without which we'll have a problem. Because in this particular community, I've been saying, Dar es Salaam in particular, we have two alcalis, one for Senegal and one for the Gambia. And this has been a problem. Interestingly, currently there is a school that is established in this particular community, and they are teaching French in that particular school. You know, talking to other people to send their children to these French schools. So these are issues that it need immediate intervention. The level of encouragement is very alarming. Finally, I want to talk about the cost of living in the country, as alluded to by the member for Joshua. The cost of living is a serious problem in this country, and is not merging with our source of income. I think we're talking about the anti-corruption. For us to control those things, I think we have to look at salary restructuring in this country. And at this time in the Ramadan, it's very confusing. The price hike is another thing. But the most unfortunate part, you go to two different markets. The cost of this mobile is going to be completely different from the same mobile, the same specification in other places. So you have this price, the varying prices that need to be controlled. One commodity, the same specification, you have different prices. So this is something that we have to look at it. And currently, as they alluded to, we are in Ramadan. But if you look at the cost of living, it's terrible. How are we going to work on our salary to restructure it in order to match the source of income and the cost of living? And the other part that I want to talk about, that's the compensation package. You serve the country as a civil servant for 25 up to 40 to 45. You reach to the retirement age. Every month paying your social security. What they are giving you at the end is a problem. I think this is something also. That is why in certain areas people refuse to go for retirement. They will tell you we are retired but not tired. You recycle them in a form of project. I think in order to address that, we have to look at the compensation package. The take home is very important here. You cannot, because I cannot be a breadwinner of my family, paying my tax for 45 good years. At the end of the day, you give me a few thousands that I'm going to be a liability on my family and the society. So this thing has to be worked at seriously so that we can also enforce the issue of corruption in this country. I think that is going to be my final intervention. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Brikama South. I now invite the Honorable Member for Bunduga Kunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I want to use the opportunity to thank all the honorable members for fully participating in this ordinary session. And equally, I want to thank the honorable ministers for also coming to at least respond to our questions. And yes, Honorable Speaker, I think whatever I have here is going to be a repetition of my people for me representing them in this chamber here. So the issue of water is still a concern, because I just want to be direct. And last time we raised the issue, and still now nothing has been done. So I just want to appeal to the Honorable Minister for him to come to our aid, because we've been dealing with NAWEC. As I'm speaking to you right now, as a community, right now we have almost about 20 service connections that we are paying for people. So meaning, as a community, we are doing our part. But the pressure of the issue of pressure is still a problem. And still, as I said before, I will still persist to talk about this till it is solved. Because the reason why we are all here is just to find a solution to the needs and aspirations of our people. And there are institutions that are responsible to take care of that. So I think there shouldn't be any push and pull. the issue here is there is a problem and the problem is identified. So let's just try to see how best we can solve that problem. So, and at the same time, as a community from the last adjournment debate, I mentioned it, as a community, we were also able to, provide a very big borehole in that vulnerable. So meaning, in Bundung, we are doing our part. So we just want the government and the stakeholders, the right institution that is now responsible to solve our problem. So if the citizens are doing their part equally, the government also should do their part. So for that being the case, I am appealing to the Honorable Minister, if possible also, to come to the community, at least we can collaborate and discuss about the whole issue so that, people can understand. Because the complaint from the people is just too much. And normally, the complaints come to me and my councillors because we are all affected and we are the one representing them. So I hope that the Honorable Minister will find time to come to our community so that we can work together and ensure that this water issue is addressed. Because at the end of the day, we are all partners into this. We are partners in development. So if this issue is addressed, it's going to be an achievement for all of us and for the government. Honorable Speaker, equally I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sport and the Ministry for the commencement of the Mboyo field. Mboyo field is a field that is within Bundung, Serekunda, and Bakote. So last time we raised the issue here, and thank God the contract has been signed, and the stakeholders from the community last week, we all sat and discussed about it with the ministry. So the project has started, and we hope that the contractor will at least adhere to the contract agreement to ensure that the work is done at the specific period of time. So for that being the case, Honorable Speaker, equally I want to thank the Minister of Works, Transport and Infrastructure for the Bundung Highway. Yes, we appreciate it, but right now the way and the manner the work is going, the people of Bundung are not happy because they dug gutters along the street, along the highway, which is really affecting people living around that area. And the worst thing is they cut off the street light. In fact, that should even ease the movement of people into their compound and the economic activities of people who normally do some businesses along the highway. So really, we want to appeal to the minister, because right now, the way those holes are, if the rain comes, I don't pray it, but I'm foreseeing disaster happening, because there are small kids living around that area. They can fall into those holes. So I'm appealing to the Honorable Minister. I know you are very passionate about this project, but the contractor, I think you need to, talk to him. Because, in fact, there is no safety signs, there is no safety measures put in place. Last time there was a taxi that fell into that hole. And the taxi driver took the responsibility of everything to remove the taxi and, and take care of everything. And the contractor was there and he came, he never wanted to talk to the taxi man, driver. So, and I think to respect people, because whatever we are doing for our own people. So even though we have a project for them and it's going to benefit them, but equally, they should be treated fairly. I think as a country, this is what we need to do. Honorable Speaker, I also want to talk about the annual float that the people of Bundung Farokono experience. For us as a community, we don't want to be into this on annual basis, where when disaster comes, government will react. So we want the National Disaster Office through the Office of the Vice President, when disasters happen, like right now, in 3 months' time, we'll be into the rainy season. At least it's high time we come to, they come to the disaster-prone areas so that at least they can assess the area and see how best we can put up a temporal solution to that. Because actually, it's not fair to the people to be experiencing flood on yearly basis. And at the end of the day, we react by giving them monies and food and whatever. And those things are all cost. So the best thing, let's just try and mitigate it. So, Honorable Speaker, equally in terms of governance, I think we need to, at least promote and encourage a good governance system, because we are talking about, sometimes we do talk about corruption and whatever, but for me, I believe corruption is an act. So people need to love their country and be patriotic and do the right thing. Because if you want to really develop our country, the only way is to love your country and love the people that you are serving. Because the reason why we are all here, because we are elected to represent and change the lives of our people. So for that being the case, we are accountable to our people, but the technocrats and others are also equally accountable to us. So for that being the case, we all have to work together to ensure that at least the service that is expected from us, we try to ensure it. And equally also, the issue of phony, checkpoint and whatever, what is there, I think the Minister of Defense is also better to call up a stakeholders meeting of the whole region so that we can discuss this thing and see how best we can address this issue. Because equally, they are also part of the Gambia, and we think that, at least if they are not happy, it's the responsibility of the government to see how best they can come up with a solution so that, the issue can be addressed. So on that note, I want to also use the opportunity through the Minister of Regional Government and the area councils. You see, the way things are at this current moment, there shouldn't be competition between the ministry and the area council. You are partners, so, and I am appealing to the ministry and the councils for them to see each other as partners and work towards common goal. So for that being the case, I want to use the opportunity to thank the people of Bundung for bringing me here. So, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bundung Akunda. I now invite the Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, today I have decided to reserve my opinion on this adjournment debate, but later choose to take 2 or 3 minutes of my time to express how disappointed I was during yesterday's question and answer session by the Minister responsible of Tourism and Culture. Honorable Speaker, yesterday during question and answer session, I have asked a parliamentary question to the Minister responsible of Tourism. Question number 075, Honorable Speaker, with your permission, if you allow me to read the question. My question reads, Honorable Speaker, it appears that most managerial positions at hotels in the Gambia are occupied by non-Gambian citizens. Would the Honorable Minister for Tourism and Culture tell this August his ministry plan to put in place to stop this marginalized of Gambians when it comes to occupying senior managerial positions at these hotels? Before I respond to my question, he alleged that this question has been asked almost 7 times, which was unfounded and was very embarrassing to me. Asking a question 7 times, Honorable Speaker, I think it is my responsibility and my civic right to come up with a question, even if I am to ask 100 times. It is my responsibility and my civic right as people's representative. I am coming up with these questions as indicated by the Honorable Minister 7 times. It's for the purpose, because the response that I need for this particular question is still yet to be exposed by the Honorable Minister. So that being the case, Honorable Speaker, through you, Honorable Speaker, I want to express my disappointment to the Honorable Minister. Anytime Honorable Minister responsible for tourism appears before this National Assembly, he behaves on members in a way and manner of which is not welcoming by members. I sometimes question his maturity, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member for Bakau. Look at your statement, please.
Speaker.
You are just putting claims that you were offended.
Honorable Speaker.
And then using, I'm on the floor.
Honorable Speaker.
I am on the floor. And now you are also going to that level. Let's be a little bit patient. Please. Go ahead, Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. According to my research, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Tourism within 5 years traveled to Germany more than 10 times, and that's one destination. If the Honorable Minister of Tourism traveled to Germany for 10 times, why should my questioning for 7 times be a problem to him? Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I have said earlier that I have decided not to say anything, but then the way and manner of which my question was treated yesterday forced me to use these 2-3 minutes to express my anger. And through you, Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate that the Honorable Minister is not in the Assembly. I don't want to backbite him. I would have preferred him to be here to listen to what I'm going to say to him, Honorable Speaker. Though he is not here, but I'm 100% sure that the message will be passed to him by honorable colleagues. Honorable Speaker, after expressing my anger, I would like to take my seat. But before taking my seat, Honorable Speaker, since the Honorable Minister for Energy is in attendance, I'll put it to you that these days I'm experiencing water problem. It takes me days before my people have water, and I have the same complaint with some of my electorates. So since you are here, please take note and see how best you can help. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bakau. And Honorable Member, it is our responsibility to protect the integrity not only of the institution but of parliamentarians. And I think we are duly protected even by law. But as a people's bantaba, I will just caution that don't be easily irritated. That will dampen your spirit to move ahead, to push for what you want for your people. Parliaments usually are challenging. It allows for dissent, differences, different opinions, etc., etc. So I would just want to say that if, for whatever reasons, you have been offended, whatever reasons, I just want to appeal and apologize and ask you to feel free. That may not be the intent. There are times, it is sometimes very difficult within even 100 members alone, intercages. But from there they move. We pass those stages. So you have a right, as you said, to ask as many questions as you wish to. And to repeat asking those questions if you are not satisfied with the answers. So I don't think you should be much irritated if somebody tells you you have asked this question 7 times. I would readily say I will ask more 7 times the same question. So it's unfortunate, but let's move forward, please. Let's not also pull away people. We are all holding public offices, and that we should be able to take the Gambia and make it number 1. Our own small differences should be secondary. But please accept, Honorable Member for Bakau, my apologies on behalf of the Honorable Minister and whoever might have done something to offend you, if you have been offended. Honorable, I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I would like to seize this opportunity to join my colleagues to thank you and your staff and the entire members of this House for their dedication towards the completion of this session. I would also like to seize this opportunity on behalf of the people of Nyani to express our sincere thanks and also wishing His Excellency, the President of this country, and his cabinet members, and the entire country, Ramadan Mubarak. Honorable Speaker, after touring the length and breadth of Nyani, I always ask myself, where are we classified in terms of development? Honorable Speaker, looking at Nyani, is with a total population of 28,343. But when it comes to governments, when it comes to road network, we are suffering. When it comes to hospital, the same thing. When it comes to water, is also another issue. As I am speaking to you, we still have some of our villages that are going to other areas in order for them to fetch their drinking water, which is really a burning issue and something that is very hard to take by the people of Nyani. Looking at the hospital, the only hope that we have there is Kuntaur Health Center. We have a very nice lab, but still now, the lab is not functional. It was in July when I made mention of that in the adjournment debate, when we lost a lady whom we were rushing to Bansang as a result of cervical tear after giving birth, and she could not survive. And after that incident, we have many more incidents of that nature that occurred as a result of the birth road condition. We have some of our people that are living up to 10 kilometers inside, especially in the eastern part. Just imagine, around 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., carrying someone with a donkey cart heading to Kuntaur Health Center. In most cases, before we reach at the hospital, it's either the baby will have a problem or the mother will have a problem. And when it comes to loyalty to the ruling government, Nyani is second to none, because Nyani is an area where oppositions are not given any ground to breathe. Honorable Speaker, moving forward to security aspect, when you look at the security aspect in Nyani, it is seriously alarming, and we definitely need to do something. I've said it here in last debate. When there used to be an annual attack, and even last month, or the month of January, on the 10th of January, just a minute to two, they arrived in Wasu. And they were patrolling freely. Our securities, the PIUs that we have in Wasu, or the police officers we have in Wasu, they are not armed. These people come out with their guns. What do? They have to sit in their various offices. When they explained to me, I told them that you people even sit there. If it was me, I will manage to escape. And they were there for sometimes moving freely. When they went to Ja Oil, they targeted 3 places. Reliance had a bad experience the other time. So they decided to manage their savings in a way that they cannot penetrate it. They went to Reliance, but they cannot access anything. They went to another foreign exchange bureau, EC, and there they were able to access 11,600 with a laptop. From there, they moved to Ja Oil, whereby they were able to take $136,000 in Ja Oil. And we are hoping that they are coming back. They are just by the border. We are appealing to the Minister of Defense to help us so that at least if we can have regular border patrol in Nyani, or if we can have at least a PIU come in Wasu or a military come in the border, at least to minimize these attacks. They will come with their double cabins. Just get themselves masked, do their operations, and move. Nothing will happen. Sometimes we will contact the military barrack at Lamin Koto, but all what they will say is that either we don't have people to come or we don't have fuel. We definitely need to strengthen our security, especially in that area. Our lives are at risk because we are not far from the border. We just have 2 kilometers, and there are also certain villages that you know that they're bordered with Senegal. There, if you are not used to that place, you cannot even know here whether Senegal stops here or Gambia stops here. We are definitely appealing for something positive to be done in that particular area. Honorable Speaker, the other issue is, as alluded by the Honorable Member for Joswan and the Member for Brikama South, variability of prices in this country. We need to ask ourselves, why? We cannot even see our coins now. Our 25 budget is very significant. We cannot see it. Our 50 budget is very significant. We cannot see it. And our $1 is now going. Where are we? Time will come. Our young ones will even find it difficult to know 25 budget. And all these currencies are of importance to this country. Something that is costing $7 or $8, if coins are not available, they must make it a round figure, and that's going to be $10. And that is also another contributing factor that is making commodities and things very expensive. When it comes to fares, where you should pay $17, because we cannot access coins now, they will say that it's going to be $20. And if you look at the drivers on other apprentices, they are not even complying with the tariff at all. The transport union need to do something about this. Anything that affects the drivers is bad. Anything that affects the passengers is good. We need to do away with it. If it was something that affects the drivers, within a day, they will call for a strike. Passengers are not happy. They are not suffering. From here to BANJUL, sometimes to Brikama, you pay more than 4 to 5 fares. They will say Westfield. Westfield Latrikunda, Latrikunda Tabokoto, Tabokoto Lamen, Lamen Farato, Farato Brikama, before we reach at our workplace. And it's affecting not only those going to work, but affecting the general population, even teachers going to school. With this kind of fares, before they reach at their workplace, it's always crazy. Students going to school that cannot access a school bus, before they reach at their school, it's always a problem. And sometimes we will stand and say that there are hyper performance in schools. But these are factors that we definitely need to consider and work towards it in order to achieve our success in this country. So, Honorable Speaker, on that note, I beg to take my seat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyani. I now invite the Honorable Member for Ilyasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I'm so sorry, I'm suffering from cold, severe cold. Honorable Speaker, I want to recognize the presence of the Honorable Ministers here. Honorable Speaker, I want to touch on the two important things, that's education and police. My first intervention will be education. Honorable Speaker, concerning Ilyasa Basic Cycle School, Ilyasa Basic Cycle School is the oldest school in the North Bank region. But the condition of this school today is just horrible. In 2021, winter storm, it affected this school seriously. And up till date, nothing has been done in order to replace the damage that was caused by the windstorm. And Honorable Speaker, definitely when you look at the population of this school, it's very healthy. But the condition the teachers are in and the students definitely is horrible. I am urging the Minister for Basic and Secondary Education to take note and consider these people very well, so that they can also have at least a good place where the children and the teachers will find it conducive for teaching and learning. My second point is that is police. Honorable Speaker, the Gambia Police Force is known to be a very good institution. But In Farafenni police station, there is a particular police officer who is instigating violence. Yes, in this police station. And I think that is not his role as a police officer. He's there to maintain the peace and the stability, but not to instigate. Honorable Speaker, this police officer, time back this month, early this month, I was present, he slapped a driver on the face, mercilessly, which is definitely undone. A police officer should not behave in that manner. So I think this police officer should be taken back to police training school. Definitely. So that he will know how to handle civilians. I am sending him signal. Let him try and stop this action in my constituency, or else measures will be taken against him. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor.
Honorable member, I missed your last words. Honorable member.
I am saying that the police officer should stop this action. If not, action will be taken against him. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Ilyasa. I invite the Honorable Member for Lower Salu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor, and thank you, Honorable Members. Thank you, Honorable Ministers. Honorable Speaker, the first thing that I will go ahead, that's the reason why parliamentary members wrote parliamentary questions basically is for them and the executive members, that's ministers, to work together. Honorable Speaker, the essence of we the parliamentarian writing a question to the ministers is a thing that is affecting our people, and we are representing our people. Honorable Speaker, if a parliamentary member wrote a parliamentary question to a minister, at least should be considered, because during the budget session, all the ministers, during the budgetary session, ministers ask members to increase their budget allocation, which we all dance to their tune and assist them on that. Then if things happen like this, we have concern for our people. If we also ask these questions should be treated well. Honorable Speaker, there was a parliamentary question that I made in this August House. That's about the Senegambia bridge. Senegambia bridge. By the member for by the Works Minister. And again, the reason why I don't go further on the question, the answer of the minister suffice. But then the member for Nyamena Dankungu came out again for our neighboring country, that's Senegal, the way they are taking ownership. Honorable Speaker, this is our country, and we are here to protect our country. Even if they put sugar in our mouth, we don't care. This is our sovereignty. We have to protect this one. The reason why the member for Dankugu trying to strongly argue on this issue, and other members are refusing him to argue, not because of his interest, it's because of our interest, all of us. Because the reason why I mentioned this, where there's an agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and Senegal, that was the reason. And the statement was made in their chamber, the Senegalese parliament. No, that was a parliamentary, no, not ECOWAS. Allow me to come, please. There was a parliamentary member who raised this issue in their chamber, thanking their president that building this Senegambia bridge. And we as a former, as a member of monitoring government project, this bridge was, the first design was 1973. Then, unfortunately, and this government built this bridge. If the member is trying to put things across for the betterment of our people, let's not protect what is not happening, members. Please, we are not here to live service things just to go like that. I'm not that person. I'm just trying to save our people, which the member, the Honorable Minister dealt with, but we are also trying to ask the Honorable Minister also, because he said he don't want to make a public statement here. But we are also asking you also, you'd also to go ahead that ensuring our Gambian people that there's no agreement, and in fact to go extend making a press release on this issue, because the bridge is ours, not Senegalese bridge. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, the member for Joshua and Nyanija.
Honorable member, I don't know, you made some, you seem to allege against members for saying or accepting something. I don't hear that.
Okay. The member for Dankunku was...
Understand that the member for Jankunku raised the issue...
My time.
Yeah, okay. And that was at ECOWAS. It was not at the Senegalese thing. It was at the ECOWAS parliament. But you made some statement against members that we should do something, as we have not done something right. What went wrong that you want to advise? That's what I want to hear.
No, I don't say we don't do something right. What I'm saying, the essence of writing this parliamentary coxon, there was a video circulating.
I understand that.
Allow me to come, Honorable.
I understand that. But in your statement, you're trying to urge parliamentarians that we must go to do this. That's why this one did this. What went wrong?
Very well.
I want to know.
The member for Upper Nyomi was defending what the member for Dankungu was saying, that the minister said it was a social media thing. But this social media teach us what is happening. Because the reason why I read this parliamentary coxon, it was a parliamentary member of Senegal who said in their chamber that this bridge was meant for Senegalese bridge.
You know, Honorable Member, I think we should respect opinions of members. We cannot all speak the same language. The way we see things differ. But it's possible we are all sincere to what we are saying, just that we saw it differently or we seeing it differently. Because the minister made it very clear that the bridge is a Gambian bridge. No dime came from Senegal. Now, political gains, people go to the social media or to places and make political gains by saying something. That should not worry us. All what we should know as parliamentarians is that that bridge, we have been informed and we know that is 100% owned by Gambia. And two, when we go ourselves as parliamentarians, let's sensitize and educate our people that this bridge is ours.
Honorable Speaker, the response from the minister, this is why I don't even put a second supplementary coxon. You understand? But it was not a social media. I am saying the parliamentary member for Senegalese parliamentary members, he said this in their chamber, as we are doing it now.
Okay, what you are saying is, but is it a Senegalese? I think, is it in Senegal or at ECOWAS?
It's Senegal.
In Senegal, at their parliament, chambers in their parliament.
Allow me to complete. You know.
Now, and and somebody said it's from the social media.
But what I was trying to say is both their parliament and ECOWAS parliament. You understand?
Yeah, I think your bad side is that it's not from the social media.
No.
It's not from, but we have that. That is just gone, and you have debated it here. We have agreed on it, whether it's social media or not social media. The truth is that bridge is Gambian bridge. Whether somebody says it's somewhere that it is owned by Africa, it's Gambian bridge.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor, and thank you very much, Honorable Member for Upper Salum, for giving me the floor. Probably the Honorable Minister was not the minister when this bridge opened. I was there when this bridge opened. We put the Senegalese flag, small flag, Gambian flag, big flag. The Senegalese came, they say no, all these flags should be equal. We put their servicemen behind our servicemen. They said no, all servicemen should. We asked them what they said. They sponsored that bridge. But I was a fool. This was not a local room, but I was present. They said they sponsored the bridge. So I'm sure let's find out who actually sponsored this bridge. Thank you very much.
Honorable member, I can guarantee to you, when this bridge started also, I was a parliamentarian. We know what went wrong. This bridge is owned and is funded by somebody for the Gambia government. Senegal has not put a dime.
Control their
now that may be, honorable members, some others may be the political aspect of things. But the truth is, the bridge is in the middle of the Gambia. It has no side of the bridge is gone into Senegal. If it were a border bridge, if somebody tells you, you can begin to wonder, but a bridge in the middle of the Gambia. So, Honorable, I don't think we need to talk too much about that. Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang, please.
You don't take my time. I'm on the floor still now, Honorable. Yes. Honorable Speaker, you have taken my time, Ola. Honorable, the essence of we represent our people to safeguard our sovereignty, Honorable Speaker. I respect the honorable member response. This is why I was so supplementary. But I'm also putting to the members too. We are not here just to defend what is undefendable. Please, not that the response of the minister that I'm against. No. But I was putting to you that it's a member like the way I'm representing my people, that member also is representing his people like that. He said it in their chambers. So I have no problem. As far as the minister is dealing with it, I have no problem with it. Honorable Speaker, the second part is the issue of this telecommunication. We need to revisit Pura, Honorable Speaker. Pura, I am not seeing any significant object on Pura, what Pura is doing on this GSM operators. Honorable Speaker, today, the most expensive line is Africell, the GSM operators. Already, Gamcell is killed by our own people. These are the poorer people who kill these companies. Honorable Speaker, the most expensive, and again, you can buy your credit. Within seconds, this credit go off. If you call them, they said, check your settings. Whether there is a upgrading system, I don't know. Honorable Speaker, they are looting our monies. Honorable Speaker, we need to revisit these companies, the way they are operating. Honorable Speaker. And again, as I am making my investigation, they only submit their audit financial report in Dalasi account, but not the dollar account. And I heard that there's 2 accounts that they are dealing with. They only submit their accounts on Dalasi, which is audited.
Honorable member, you have 2 minutes. Don't look at the clock.
Nobody. Well, okay, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue of Pura need to be corrected. The way things are going is not favoring Gambian people. They are buying their internet at a cost height, and the service is not well received by the Gambian people. And there's an issue in Kau day before yesterday, Honorable Speaker. I also talked about the Honorable Minister for Works to check on our ferry system. The ferry system is not proper. Our people are in risk. What is happening in Bara, Banjul, cannot happen in Kaur, Nyamina, Dankungu, and day before yesterday, our people are in the ferry for hours before they will be taken out from that ferry services. We need to revisit our ferries before there will be any disaster. Honorable Speaker, the last but not the least is the issue of land in our country. I want the Honorable Minister of Land to revisit his policy. This land estates agency to be looked at, and the way lands are given out is always a problem in our country, and which they cannot solve still now. And that's always a problem, and there will continue to be a problem. Gambians, we don't have land for ourselves, for residents. Please, Honorable Minister of Land, revisit your policy for Gambian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Salem. Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Members, for this endless session that we embark on. And I also thank the Honorable Ministers, the audience, the members from Fonyi Bintang Karana. You are welcome. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I want to suggest, this is not part of what I want to say, but I want this as a suggestion, that we need to rename the Senegambia Bridge to eradicate these skeptical minds in the minds of the people. So we need to rename it as soon as possible. Let us rename the name of, change the name of the bridge and rename it with a Gambian name, excluding Senegal in totality. That's my suggestion. The second thing I want to talk about is, in this very moment, I have the singular honor and pleasure to thank Babili Mansa for his effort. He did whatever he could in terms of security. He does not compromise for a second. And then under Babili, the Gambia was a safe country. Last time I spoke about insecurity in this country. Now, not only do they attack civilians, but even the security personnel are attacked. One of the security personnel from Fonyi Bintang, a specific village in BANJUL, was attacked. And thanks to the member of Lower Nyomi, who brought the guy into this place, up to Bara, helped him to have the ferry to cross. He nearly died. As I speak now, he is lying in the Edward Fancy Small Teaching Hospital here in Banjul, admitted since that time, a month and a half ago. So the issue is so sad. When the security officers are not secured, who will be secured? This is why it's a necessity and it's very important for us to recognize the effort of Babili Mansa in trying to secure this country. And not only that, but the only advice that Babili gave to His Excellency was, do not compromise with the issue of security. I said it again. I wish he adhered to that advice alone. And the ministers, I wonder what are you advising the president? Because you are the technocrat in the ministries. And you are expected to give sincere advice to the president on what will take the nation forward. For instance, if you are the Minister of Agriculture, you should be able to come up with plans on how to attain food self-sufficiency. But if you are unable to come up with such plans, a lot of questions will be asked regarding the competency of that minister. The nation is hoping on us, the members of parliament and the honorable ministers. So it is your duty as a minister to advise the president on what will take the nation forward. We're looking at the commodities day in, day out. Today, if you go and ask a bag of rice, it's $1,800. $1,800. How much are we paying our civil servants? Did we increase our salaries? How much did we increase? And how much is increased in terms of commodity? These are serious issues that we need to look into. And these are not things that we should take for joke or hearsay. We cannot hear things and see things and leave them as they are. Actions need to be taken urgently for the Minister of Trade. This is very important. And I think this is one of the most important things that your ministry should try and work on as an urgent thing. Because we are paying people less. And at the end of the day, we have things that are escalated. The price of things are escalated day in, day out without control. We need to look into this on a more serious note. For the Minister of Local Governments and Land, last time you told us that you are not responsible for this rent and issues related to that. But now the rent issues are affecting us seriously. For they will always ask you to pay for 6 months advancement. How much are we paying our civil servant? House rent in the Gambia, the amount that we are paying them is $250. And where in the country can you rent a house for $250? So the minister responsible for, is it the local government and land, should look into this. And you say you are not responsible, but you are put into tax. So carry on with your tax and fulfill it, please. For the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, I urge you, sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, to try and come up with clothing allowance for teachers. Bring it to the parliament, then we'll look at it. Because these teachers are doing whatever they could for our country. And all of us that are seated here, our children have been taught by teachers. On that note, the teachers deserve to be paid better. In fact, in the country, it's a shame for you to call yourself a teacher. Teachers don't want to be seen as teachers. And I said it here. I wonder how we want to develop the nation in the absence of education. If we are not giving those that are educating our children enough money or good salaries, how do we want them to perform in class? These are things that are questionable. To the asset of the former president, I thank the member for Woolly East once again for asking that wonderful question. Is it that Jammeh owned nothing for 22 years of his service? Is it that Jammeh was not earning salaries? Is it that Jammeh have nothing absolutely? That you seize all his assets, everything. You sold everything. Is it a witch hunt? What was the matter? What went wrong? And this we need to clarify. And whoever involves in buying the asset of Jammeh, we are going to dig it to the end. And let me tell you, change of government can come anytime. A government can change anytime. What goes around comes around. I want to challenge the President of the Republic to take this matter seriously, to go and dig into the issues that happened to Jammeh and his assets. Even his compound in his own home, where all seized, frozen, is unaccepted. And whoever bought this compound, be prepared, be very, very prepared on concrete grounds.
Point of order.
We are going to stand by it.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
The point of order, Honorable nominated member, I think, Fatu. Yes. I'm rising on order 29-6. The name of the President of the Republic of the Gambia shall not be used to influence the Assembly. Let the honorable member withdraw. Honorable Speaker, can I be protected, please? Honorable member of Sami and Wuli is attacking me, please.
Honorable member, can I get clarification? The name of the president, name of which president's name was used? No, are you talking about Honorable President Adama Barrow?
The member is saying he's going to challenge the President of the Republic of the Gambia. He mentioned the name.
Yeah.
And which
is Honorable. You can talk about, you can say the President of the Republic, but you cannot say President Adama Barrow.
Honorable Speaker, it was not stated that. Okay.
The Speaker, who is the President? Oh, what I'm trying to know, has he mentioned the name of the President? Is the position he talked about? Talking about the President of the Republic and talking about President Adama Barrow are two different things.
You also said which president of the republic. I think we have only one president of the republic. Your question of which president of the republic, I don't understand that.
Yeah, you see, why I ask that question is, you must agree that people make things different. When we talked about a section here, we all, the same English language, we all interpreted it differently. So equally, if you speak about the president, somebody may think that it may be a former president. Somebody may think that it's the current president. So that's why I want clarity. I don't want to assume. So avoid assumptions always. Try to get things clear. So, Honorable.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker. I am happy with the ruling all the time. Thank you. With regard to the former president and his assets, the Honorable Minister of Justice, we are waiting, anxiously waiting, for us to have the list, and the list is yet to be given to us. We wait in eagerness to see those that bought the asset of the former president and assets that you are yet to sell. Please, we want to know all. And then, when accountability comes, we will settle whatever we want to settle. But this country, we must defend it. And we must defend those in power. For those in power also, it's their duty to defend those that pass before them in whatever they have done in a just manner. Because what goes around comes around, which is very, very important. On that note, I finally want to thank the honorable members for the tireless effort that they have carried on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Pony Bintang. I now call up on the Honorable Member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will also join my colleagues in thanking my fellow honorable members for the time that they have taken since the beginning of this month up to date. I would also love to thank honorable ministers here present, most especially the Justice Minister, because he has been with us for the past few days. Honorable Speaker, past speakers spoke about the high cost of living in the Gambia. But before that, of course, I would like to
I would love to venture into this. The essence of deliberating on issues affecting our people is for it to be heard by ministers, look at them, and of course, take a position on them. But many a time, since I came to this August Assembly, I have spoke on so many issues that are yet to be looked at, not to talk of taking care of them. Honorable Speaker, like I said before, so many honorable members spoke about the issue of high cost of living in the Gambia. I have a strong belief that the issue of when we want to do something about the high cost of living in the Gambia here, all that we need to do is to venture heavily into agriculture in order to fight food insecurity in our country. Honorable Speaker, there are farmers in this country. If they are given an opportunity, they can supply the Gambia with a lot of food supply for our country, for our people. Honorable Speaker, to invest heavily into agriculture can lead to so many positive development for our people and our economy. One, it can lead to the creation of jobs for our youthful population. And it can also stabilize the price of basic commodities, because we all believe that at the moment the price of basic commodities are of course skyrocketing. I have the strong belief that if we want to stabilize that, the government should look at agriculture and invest heavily into agriculture. That's the only way we can fight these food insecurity in which everybody is talking. Because many a time, people shift the blame to Ukraine-Russian war. Before that, it was COVID. Now that COVID is no more in the lips of the people, Ukraine-Russia war is the only blame in which the problem, in which the people of the Gambia, the problems that we are facing in the Gambia, many a time people see the blame at Ukraine-Russian war. Of course, it might be, of course, a part of the, that might be part of the problem of food shortage in our country. But I have to believe that Gambia as a country, other countries are doing it. If we want to be food self-sufficient, investment has to be done in agriculture. Honorable Speaker, when we invest heavily into agriculture, like I said before, it could lead to creation of a lot of jobs. And of course, that can also, it can also create an improvement in our nutrition values, the nutrition values of the young people and old as well. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member of Bundekapunda said it here that the biofuel, the problem of biofuel is now being solved. But the issues that I raise here, especially in my area, most especially Lower Badibu North, is nothing has been done about it. Of course, there is a road construction going on from Kerewale to Jawara currently. But if you look at the size and the shape of the road, it's too narrow, Honorable Speaker. This particular problem is now being directed to the Minister responsible for Post and Communication. The road is too narrow. Two vehicles will not pass on that road at the same time. Those of us who are very much familiar with that area or that part of the country, they can attest to this fact. Honorable Speaker, a lot of the people of Lower Badibu North, they are virtually abandoned by the two previous regimes and this regime as well. This is a fact. Nothing is being done for those people. And like I said before in this August Assembly, these are the people who will oppose them, dine and wine with the politicians. Yet, the politicians will tend to give their backs to these people. It's unfair. It's very unfair, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at road network in that part of Lower Badibu North, is impossible. And they got the promise from the government that they're going to do something about it. I know Gambia is a poor country. We cannot do everything at the same time. But we must give it a trial This is the fact. Honorable Speaker, coming to the issue of agriculture, the women in Lower Badibu, those who are involved in horticultural activities, are facing a lot of difficulties. Sometimes you ask a question, what have these people done that the problem that they are facing, When they go to the Lumos with their produce, the prices of those produce are determined by the buyers, Senegalese for that matter. A full pan of tomato, $200, is an insult to those women over there. Sometimes very good. It's unfair. Now, my proposal is, or the belief that I have is, if the government can do something about it by building storage facilities for these people in various rooms across the country, that might, of course, reduce the already existing situation these people are facing. But their problem is really pathetic, Honorable Speaker. These people are at the mercy of the Senegalese buyers because they determine the price of the produce of the garden products of these women. It's unfair, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I spoke about the high cost of living in the Gambia here. Honorable Speaker, Gambians by our nature, we are peace-loving people. But if people stayed without food, that could lead to something else. It could lead to the current Kenyan type of situation. Currently, as I'm speaking to you people in this August Assembly, Kenyans are marching out into the streets because of high cost of living. May God forbid, I don't want that to happen in the Gambia here. This is why I am urging the government to please come to the rescue of our poor people. The bulk of the Gambian population are poor. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I will urge the government, I will not appeal to the government because these people, we are all Gambians, we are all paying tax. I will not appeal to government or neither any minister. I am urging them to come to the rescue of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Lower Balibu. I now invite the Honorable Member for Kiang West. Kiang West, out. Kiang West?
Yes.
Are you around?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. I, first of all, want to thank Allah that we have witnessed the commencement of this session. And yet again, we have witnessed the end of the session. We've dealt with several national issues on the interests of the citizens of this country, as alluded to by the mover of the motion, stating the bills and the businesses that this session has dealt with. This has really indicated that the Assembly has really done justice to the oath that they've taken, the mandate they are vested with to take charge of matters of this Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank colleague honorable members, Honorable Speaker, including you, Office of the Clerk, cabinet ministers, and the media personnel who are always showing out the activities of this Parliament. But Honorable Speaker, always, as I do, when it comes to adjournment debate, the issue of my constituents stands paramount. We still want to re-echo what we've been talking about always, that the road of the Kia West constituents is still very static. The first phase is not completed. That one is standing, and the second phase is going. I don't know what kind of a project is that. The first phase is standing, it's not going, and the second phase has started. 30-kilometer road. What is covered, Honorable Minister stood here and said at least 80% of the first phase work is completed, but that's not completed. So we are still appealing to Honorable Minister to talk to the contractors to fasten the work of the Kia West constituency, because we are coming to rainy season, and during rainy season, it will be very, very difficult for us to use this road. But despite the fact of all those observations, I want to thank the government for taking that bold step to give us that road, because, you know, several names were given, you know, to that road. Badimfasa Highway, you know, Opposition Highway, you know, even executives will stand and say, if a passenger arrived at Brikama garage and their heads are with red, you know, very red, know that they are from Kia West. So you coming in and recognizing that we are citizens and we deserve that work to give to us, I really want to commend that. But it has to be with quality and observing the principles of the contracts, to observe that programs are, you know, projects are time-bound, and those times should be respected, and the quality of work should also not be compromised. So, but I would really have to thank you for that. Honorable Speaker, good governance, rule of law, supremacy of the law is a very important pillar of good governance. Audit reports are important instruments to ensure good governance in any democratic government. Audit reports are important documents. I want to refer this August Assembly, Honorable Speaker. On your permission, the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia 1997 Constitution says, Section 158, which recognizes the Auditor General's appointment. It says, there shall be an Auditor General whose office shall be an office of public service. The Constitution is telling us there shall be an Auditor General whose office shall be an office in the public service. And in Section 159 recognizes the establishment of the National Audit Office. It says there shall be a National Audit Office in the public service of which the Auditor General shall be the head.
Honorable Speaker, observation.
I don't allow observation, please. Honorable Speaker, a statement coming from anybody, either parliamentarians or executives or any citizens, to discredit National Audit Office is unacceptable. It's very disappointing to hear this from an executive, to say the National Audit Office reports are opinions. They could be biased. This Constitution still gives you powers that if they are not doing their job diligently, you remove them. The president has those powers. If they are not doing their work diligently, this Constitution have mandated you, the president, giving you the power to remove them from office. But publicly call them their audit opinion, those are opinions, they could be biased. If they are biased in giving reports, which means they violated the oath of office, and this is the violation of this constitution. If National Audit Office does that, so the president has every mandate to review them when they do that, but not to sit in public and say their audit opinion could be biased. You are promoting corruption. This is unacceptable. I'm calling on His Excellency to go out boldly and apologize to the Gambians, because the supremacy of the Constitution is paramount. And, Honorable Speaker, Section 14 of the National Audit Office Act 2015, Authority and Powers of the Auditor General. It reads, in the exercise of his or her functions, the Auditor General, A, shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority. So this institution, no matter what kind of statements, will not be controlled by anybody, because their act has clearly stated that this institution shall not be subject to the control or direction of anybody. They are given the autonomy, they are independent, so therefore their exercise and their operation must be independent, impartial, so that they can serve effectively and efficiently. Honorable Speaker, the G of this same section of the Act says, the Auditor General may disallow any item or expenditure which is in contrary to law and so charged. Any expenditure or item which is in contrary to the law, Auditor General has the power from the Act which was enacted in this Parliament to disallow that. We give them that power. Honorable Speaker, institutions, government institutions should have to respect each other. We have to recognize the legitimacy of institutions. As Parliament, as ministers should recognize the legitimacy of this institution and our authority the same way we should recognize theirs, as well as other very institutions. Honorable Speaker, let me talk about the TRRC recommendation. Honorable Speaker, we want TRRC recommendations to be implemented and the draft constitution as well to come. But to my disappointment, if you want to talk about the then government is a taboo, it's not going to be possible. The Gambia will never make a mistake to forget about the history that happens in this country, and it will never be possible. So therefore, the name of the ex-president will not be a taboo in this country, and his atrocities will not be a taboo. We will talk about them so that the history will not repeat itself again. Honorable Speaker, politics against the national interest. Some time ago, I watched social media, I saw honorable ministers presiding over a primary election somewhere. I wanted to talk about it, and all of a sudden, National Assembly members, some of them went to attend a nomination of their colleague National Assembly members. Let's
14-15. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West. I now, Honorable Members, it is gone 14-15. As usual, we will just take suspend the session for 15 minutes to allow everybody to pray, relax, ease, and then come back. So it's 2:15. By 2:30, we should all be back again. Assembly is therefore suspended until 14:30 sharp.
I'll start my deliberation with concerns from my constituency. Post health sector, Diabugu Health Post is the only major health center in Sandu, and as such we need the intervention of government, like I put it to the minister yesterday, that we need a total revamp to make sure that the health center is turned to a major health facility, and that of Basi to a hospital, referral hospital, to serve the entire region. Road network, like I always say, in Sandu we have critical roads connecting villages that are off the road, one of which is the road that links Dasilame to Saregubu, Naude, which connects almost 30 to 40 communities within that strip. And the intervention of government is highly needed in that area to make access to health centers and markets viable for our people. The road that also links Dasilame Seka to Njaibe, Nyankui, and Jegejari is also a key road. And as such, government's intervention to the Ministry of Road Infrastructure is needed in that area. The road from Diabugu to Saregubu, very critical road, which almost render those people inside, inaccessible to major health issues or markets during rainy season, is also a very critical road that the people of Sandu needs intervention in. I urge the minister to help us, in those areas, so that our people can access better quality education, health, and other issues that they would need to get hold onto. Electricity is a major concern for the people of Sandu. And currently, like I always say, only 2 villages are electrified in that constituency. And we are pleading with government to fast track the current expansion going on in the country. Agriculture, we have some of the most viable furrows in Sandu, and if they are given the necessary attention, we can feed the whole of URR. Away from that, this is a concern that I want to put to officials, those traveling outside the Gambia, or those people coming to the Gambia, Gambian diasporans, face this dilemma every day at the airport. You would travel from outside the country, around the world, going through all security checks. But once you are in the Gambia, your baggage is subjected to all kinds of searches just for mobile phones. And if any mobile phone is seen in your bag, is taxed or is levied amounts that are even not worth the amount of the mobile phones.
Gambians have, real code that concern that whenever they are coming with mobile phones, which are not even theirs, they are given by friends to bring for family members. Whenever they are coming with those mobiles, once they touch at the airport, it's always like a doom for them. Because the way they are treated at the airport just for mobile phones is just uncalled for. I'm appealing to authorities to look into that. Those people who are bringing it for business purpose, they can be taxed. Now we know you cannot pass any jurisdiction with business items without being taxed. But for personal use, and you are levied such amounts of money, is uncalled for. So I'm appealing to authorities to look into that. I think the other one is there is a threat to our diversity as a country. And if you or anyone follows the social media space, you would come to realize that we have a threat to our common diversity that makes us Gambians. The kind of derogatory remarks that are there on the social media space is threatening the diversity and the cultural heritage of this country. I urge the Minister of Justice to come with necessary laws to at least put stop forthwith, to this very threatening issue that is going on in the social media space. Countries who are developed, which are developed better, which we look up to for development, are not using social media, abusing it like we are doing it today in the Gambia. I urge the minister to come up with a very stringent law which will come to Parliament, to curb this very bad menace that threatens our diversity as a country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sandu. Now invite the Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, may I start my intervention by thanking the two sides of the National Assembly, which is the majority side and the minority side. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to commend the following for the unflinching support they have rendered to the National Assembly members during this first ordinary session, which of course, Honorable Speaker, would start with your humble office as the Speaker of the National Assembly and the office of the clerk, the table office, support staff of the National Assembly, subject matter specialists, and further, Honorable Speaker, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Ministers here, with their peers and their deputy peers, their permanent secretaries and deputy permanent secretaries, directors, security forces here present, members of the community present here in the gallery, and Honorable Speaker, the final but not the least in the commendation, would be the media fraternity. Honorable Speaker, in my intervention, I will look at 4 key sectors of government, which of course would start with education, Honorable Speaker. Education, Honorable Speaker, is key in any developing nation or state. When it comes to education, Honorable Speaker, in my constituency, Jara Central, of course, I would take this opportunity to thank the government of the Gambia through, under the President of the Republic of the Gambia, who is President Adama Barrow, and also, Honorable Speaker, the MRC Holland Foundation for establishing a senior secondary school in my constituency in a particular location called Japine. I thank you, Honorable Minister, for that wonderful and laudable effort, for bringing a better education to our doorsteps by providing us with a senior secondary school. Further, Honorable Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity to at least also urge the Honorable Minister to upgrade one lower basic school in my constituency, which is, of course, it is 7 kilometers away from the highway, from where they are going to attend their grade 7 and up to their grade 9. And Honorable Speaker, this particular area or school, the children now transiting from grade 6 to grade 7, most of them are young ones, that's 18, age 13, age 14. So you can see how that distance is far from that particular school to where they are transiting to grade 7, 7 kilometers. And sometimes they are on afternoon shift. They are on afternoon shift, Honorable Speaker. Young ones walking from Japine down to Sasita Toranka or Medina Sasita, where the primary school is. In that evening, Honorable Speaker, in fact, there was a case where at least an attempt of rape was done. So you can see the need, why the need for that particular school in Sasita Toranka, or Medina Sasita rather, to be upgraded to a basic cycle. So, Honorable Minister, I'm urging you, please, to at least consider that lower basic school to be upgraded to a basic cycle school, so that at least those young ones who are tracking all the way from Sasita Medina down to Japine at least would be eased. The other sector, Honorable Speaker, I would be looking at when I connect it with my constituency is electricity, Honorable Speaker. Electricity, Honorable Speaker, I stood here, it was in the last session, the 4th ordinary session, Honorable Speaker. I brought a question, a parliamentary question, in which the Honorable Minister did respond to me that those communities I identified in that particular question would be supplied electricity in the first part of the year, which is 2023. Honorable Speaker, we are in March now. Very soon we will enter into the second half of the year, and yet nothing is done in that particular area of my constituency. It was a 21 community request I made to be supplied with electricity. Up to the time that I'm speaking here, Honorable Speaker, we are entering into the second half. Nothing is done there. So I fear whether that would work out. The response that the minister gave me, I don't know whether that would work. The other aspect, Honorable Speaker, would be the sector of work. Works Minister, Infrastructure. I would like to appeal to your ministry. I know there are works going or plans going, but still I would appeal to fast track that process, at least to see that the road leading from Japine to Digante in my constituency to be constructed. The other road, Honorable Speaker, would be the road linking Buiba to Sasita Toranka. The other critical road that I also would appeal to the Honorable Minister of Works to consider for me, Honorable Speaker, and the people of Jara Central would be the road from Sare Jama to Minna. This road, sometimes I talk about here, sometimes I become tempted. Because what happened is, Honorable Speaker, with Minna, they are suffering a lot. Because their road is form of rocks. It is rocks that fill the road. When walking on it is a problem. Using a donkey cart is a problem. Bicycle is a problem. If at all it was a smooth or level road like that, feeder road, no problem. The road of Minna is rocky, Honorable Speaker. The further aspect, Honorable Speaker, or the sector that I will talk about would be the health sector, Honorable Speaker. With the health sector in my constituency, Honorable Speaker, I would request or appeal to the Honorable here, I would appeal to his Honorable colleagues to take note for me, please, so that at least they can extend the information or message to him. I have been crying out loud, in fact, let me say loud for that matter, for my first term, for the whole 5 years of my first term. I talk about 2 health posts to be constructed in my constituency, but still now, Honorable Speaker, to no avail. One of the communities would be the health post, a health post to be built or constructed in Minna, the same community that I'm talking about, that is having that problem of road network. They are also very far from the highway, almost 8 kilometers from the highway. So think of that, Honorable Speaker, if you have a pregnant woman to be lifted from Minna, or a pregnant woman to be lifted from Sasida Toranka down to Soma Major Health Center, or district health center, or district hospital, whatever you call it, is an issue, Honorable Speaker. Jara Central, we are not fortunate enough to be allocated with even a single health center. A single health center. We are not. I talk about it here, Honorable Speaker. For 50-something years of independence, no single health center that a government constructed in Jara Central. It's a pity. It's a pity. Because the one that in Japine is a community or philanthropist who constructed. The one in Jalambere also the same thing. But in fact, all these 2 might be the one that is in Jalambere. That one you can at least call it a health center. As far as now, the government, I thank the government of the Gambia through President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jara Central. I think the Honorable Ministers were listening attentively to you. It's just unfortunate, Ndesan. I now invite the Honorable Member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to start my intervention by addressing or bringing out the plight of my constituents in respect to their road connection. Honorable Speaker, the people of Kubariko, Makumbaya, Kungujang, Mandinaring, Lamin Babylon are still crying for the roads that connect from Mandinaring down towards Kunkujang, Kubariko, and Makumbaya. Honorable Speaker, the people of Lamin Babylon are also crying the same thing. Most often, the women around that area are predominantly market women, and they track during rainy season when the roads are not motorable down to the market area, during which they face several challenges. Honorable Speaker, I will also draw the attention of Minister of Agriculture on the BANJUL garden. Honorable Speaker, women around that settlement, BANJUL, are predominantly garden workers, and most of them rely or drive their life and livelihood from this garden, but they are faced with so many shortages, like water, storage facility shortages, and even the market, if the government can come to that intervention. Honorable Speaker, I will talk about the current bill that has been passed here, Procedural Bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill is going to be very helpful to make sure that we protect and promote the rule of law in this country. Honorable Speaker, we have seen in the past administration, most or majority of Gambians were subjected to torture. Evidence were forcefully obtained from them, and even confessions were forcefully obtained from them, and those confessed statements were used against them at the court of law and eventually get convicted. And still, some of those people are living with that pain, and some of those people are still wallowing in that pain. Honorable Speaker, I will also urge the Minister of Justice to fast track the tabling of the most talked about the reparation bill to compensate the victims that are named or listed under the TRRC. Honorable Speaker, apart from that, I will draw the Honorable Speaker's attention to section or order 29 of the standing order, order 29.4, which reads, it shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language about a member of this assembly. Honorable Speaker, yesterday, after our altercation, you made a statement by calling a man with so-called legal background. Honorable Speaker, I want to happily put to you that I went to Gambia University to obtain my degree in law. From there, I proceeded to Gambia Law School to obtain my BL and subsequently called to the bar of this country. Honorable Speaker, if someone that doesn't have a qualification is you with your PTC, Honorable Speaker, you cannot call me a man with so-called legal background. What qualification do you have to be a Honorable Speaker, apart from betraying your political father and also the United Democratic Party with Barrow? That is the only qualification. That's why you are seated as a speaker today. Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate if Gambian can have a speaker with that low qualification.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Point of order by who?
Kevalam Fofana.
Member. Jara Central. Who?
Nominated Keba Lam, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable nominated member Keba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on Order 29.4, and I read, it shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language about members of the Assembly. I think the Honorable member is out of line. He's been guided by emotions now, and his language is rather offensive than objective. So, Honorable Speaker, I seek your indulgence to use your powers so that he rephrase his wordings. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member's remarks are against the Honorable Speaker. I do agree that he's gone to the extremes, but so far it affects me. Get your indulgence. Let him continue to finish. Honorable Member, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Respect is reciprocal. You cannot downgrade my and call me names as a man with so-called legal background. And I'm not attacking anything. I'm attacking your qualification.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Your qualification.
Point of order.
Honorable nominated member, I think. Yeah, Keba.
I'm still rising on 29.4, Honorable Speaker.
All right. Okay.
Honorable Speaker, this have gone past between you and him. This is about the dignity of the House.
Honorable member, point of order sustained.
Thank you.
Continue, Honorable member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable member for Busumbala. Honorable member, so-called legal background is not an insult. It only reflects something that you did at the time. A man who's achieved a degree in law, gone to do his master's, called to the bar, cannot understand the standing orders of the Gambia, much more the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia. I have on several occasions tried to make you understand that personalities don't count here. Personal differences don't count. Let's all try to go by the standing order that you are now relying on. But more often...
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Who is giving the point of order?
29.5.
Section 90?
Order 29.5. No member shall impute improper motive to any other member.
You see,
what you are doing now, Honorable Speaker,
member,
I'm on a point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Yes,
okay,
Honorable.
Allow me to exhaust my order.
You see, Honorable, that's what I'm saying now. You don't argue with the clear party or the speaker.
With you, but you are importing a proper motive, you importing an improper motive on my statement.
Honorable member, anytime the speaker intervenes when you are talking, you sit down.
But that is if the speaker is not against rights
or not, whether I'm right or wrong, when a speaker intervenes, you put off your mic and sit down. That's the law. That's the law.
That means
now you don't have a so-called background.
I also said,
Honorable member, please.
Primary school leaving certificate.
Honorable member.
PTC will not stand you where you are.
So, Honorable member for Busumbala, Honorable Kante, for continuously flouting the standing orders, our own standing orders, and continuously interrupting the speaker when he's talking. I don't want to ask for your suspension, honorable member. I want us to stay and so that you better represent your people. And you can do that only when you are in the assembly. So please,
Honorable Speaker.
I just want to appeal to you. Please, please, let's go by the order. When I have a right to interject into anybody, when I go in, take your seat. I will never deny you the right to speak when you should speak. Please, please, please. Honorable, Honorable, yes, I do share your opinion. Honorable member, please. Honorable member. Member for Jarol. Member for Jarol. All right, honorable member for Jarol. Please, honorable members, once again, I want to urge every member, as difficult as it may be, to be tolerant and patient, but more importantly, to be dictated by our own laws. If a speaker takes a decision that is wrong, there are processes in the standing orders that can be taken to correct it. It's not just what you want and how you want it. In one of my statements, I made it clear that we are vested with the powers by the Constitution to say whatever we want to say and nobody questions it. That's why we decided to come out with our own regulations. Please, honorable member for Busumbala, change your attitude, please. And as much as possible, let your actions be dictated by the standing orders. If we are within the confines, I can't do anything to you. And nor can anybody do anything to you. But if you go outside the ambits of the standing order, you will definitely be put to order. So please, once again, I want you to note that. We now, honorable members, I now call, I think the honorable member for Talinding is around. Yeah, I now call on the honorable member for Talinding.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First and foremost, let me start with my constituency. I want to start with Talinding Koloman Road, which is one of the OIC identified road projects. We do know that demolition has started around Old Joshua. The pace it is taking, it is evident that they are not reaching Talinding anytime soon. Especially we are fast approaching rainy season. And the condition in which the road is now is unplayable. It has been like that since last rainy season. As soon as the first drop of water touches the ground, people from Talinding Koloban trek on foot to go to Serakunda or to come to the highway to go to BANJUL. This is very difficult for the residents of that area. I want to implore on the ministry to, at least as we await the implementation of the road project, to put some laying on the surface, to level it and gravel it, so that the road becomes usable. Otherwise, the condition in which they will live during the rainy season will be deplorable. Honorable Speaker, the boundaries are always issues. Normally people know about international boundaries, but sometimes local boundaries are issues, especially in our communities. The IEC demarcation, political boundaries, aggravates this issue. And anytime you challenge it, they tell you our political boundaries have nothing to do with traditional boundaries. But of course it did. Because we've seen with time, the places that they have reduced from Talinding or other constituencies and added to other towns, eventually with time, that particular community loses that part of the community. For example, part of Talinding up to the highway is reduced because Talinding is believed to be, used to be 30,000 voter registration and is now reduced to 21. That part of Talinding is added to Bundung constituency. Now, this Bundung constituency, it falls under the ward called Bundung Mutani ward. And then as such, the ward councillor is going around placing placards, street names and house addresses. As a result, people in that community who know they are not part of Bundung began to remove it and protest. And this is happening between Talinding and Ibo Town, between Ibo Town, Talinding and Fajikunda. And all this is because the way IEC demarcates these electoral boundaries is now intruding into the traditional boundaries. Now, I don't see why Talinding with a population, voter population size of 30 should be deemed to be reduced when Combo South is having 80,000, is not reduced. Combo East is having more than 60,000, is not reduced. You are adding part of Talinding to add it to Bundung constituency. Doesn't make sense to me, especially if it's going to affect the traditional boundary. In certain provincial constituencies, it's not a problem. Like if you say Ilyasa constituency. In Ilyasa, in it, you have certain satellite villages. But each of them, they have their defined, delineated borders. There is no confusion in it. But in the urban settlements, to reduce it, sometimes it brings confusion. And then if you demarcate it, those wards will fall into other constituencies, and the wards, as such, they will rename their streets. Part of Bundung, they will rename the compounds part of this thing. And the residents do not like these things. And if you will ask the compound owners, they have their compounds under Talinding. So this is something we do know that we just allocated funds in the boundary commission under the local Ministry of Local Government to embark on this, because we have been promised that they are going to address some of these issues so that we don't have to face this kind of challenges. Honorable Speaker, good governance is imperative for development, especially in countries in our African countries. When we want to develop, we ensure that we promote good governance. By this I mean, I don't want to repeat what my colleague Kian West mentioned about the statement that the President of the Republic made. But it is unfortunate that when we're doing justice, we are selective. This does not promote democracy, it does not promote development. Now, the auditor's report has raised serious concerns with regards to mishaps in financial issues in this government. The least we expect is to ensure that those recommendations and those challenges are addressed for now and for prosperity. Now, the issues, they are numerous. Unjustified single source procurement, environments exceeding 70%, turning into more than $2 billion. Non-registered suppliers who are not registered with GPP being offered contracts. Inappropriate procurement processes by the Office of the President. The weak internal control. I don't have the luxury of the time to enumerate on those challenges. If the TRRC government took position on those things, we expect also government to come out and take position on auditor's report.
to ensure that we sanitize the system. Otherwise, we are promoting corruption institutions. So to have statements like that coming from the head of the executive is regrettable, because you are telling people to do as they please. But then, even if we see just on the brink of the creation of a commission for inquiry for local government councils, the minister stood here and said the justification is based on reports of malpractice in those. Are those reports not opinion? How can a report of one end be an opinion and on a report on another end not an opinion? Is that not selective justice? And because now the auditor report is talking about the office of the president and governments, that one is biased. But the report that is talking about councils, those ones are not biased. That is selective justice. Me, I'm against impunity when it comes to corruption. No one is immune. Anybody who is corrupted must be dealt with, because society that is corrupt is eating itself. So our leadership must be transparent and accountable. We'll make sure that we stand by the dictates of the agendas we set as in the National Development Plan. Is it 1 or 2? Good governance. Those things should be adhered to. Otherwise, we are betraying what we stand to preach. The other issue is the ministries, but this one is the Ministry of Security, Defense and Security. Oftentimes, we have the national security reform. National security reforms, we have a lot of recommendations that are still pending. And we have, as a member of the committee, any engagement with these security institutions, they tell you there should be gender policy. There are a lot of recommendations. The Armed Forces Act should be revised. The Police Act should be revised. The Prison Act should be revised. All these acts are colonially obsolete, not responding to the needs of the soldiers or the policemen in this generation. The TACOS, all these things, they must be expedited. It's been 1 year. Anytime you say it's in the pipeline, we are going to try the validation. But this is something that has to do with the lives and livelihood of people in security. And the national security reform cannot take place without these crucial elements being done with. I encourage the Minister of Defense to ensure that these, and Minister of Interior, to ensure that these vital instruments in these.
I now invite the Honorable Member for Tumanna.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will join my colleagues to thank the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk, the support staff, and the ministers here present. And I will thank you again for giving me the platform to at least take part in the adjournment debate. First of all, I will start with the road condition in my constituency, that is Tumanna. Like I said earlier, yes, we also are enjoying the Trans-Gambia that divides Tumanna into two. But still now we have another road that is very key, and it is very, very important as far as Tumanna is concerned. That is the road that starts from Tinkinjo, Sanunding, it goes to Dingring, Madina Samako, up to Diabuku. As far as Tumanna is concerned, this road is very, very important because we have over 20 villages that are sitting on this route. And every day they struggle to go to Basse, to access the health center or the health facility, to access the market and some other businesses. So it's very, very important, and we will appeal to the government to consider this road for us. Away from that, we will move on to the electricity, the rural electrification that has been ongoing. To now, we have less than 8 communities that is enjoying electricity. And for us also to feel that we are also Gambians, I think we have electricity. We are in high need of electricity because we all know today there is no light, there is no life when there is no electricity. We want to enjoy electricity like the people of BANJUL are enjoying. For some years ago, about 2-3 years ago, there was a survey of meters and poles. But still now we haven't seen anything. We will appeal to the government through the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Energy also to please help us, because definitely speaking, we are definitely in need of electricity. Clean drinking water is another problem in my constituency. We have only few communities that have enough and clean drinking water for them themselves and also for their livestock. So there our water table is too high. So we need the intervention of the government to help us with clean drinking water as a necessity for survival. Then away from that also, on the issue of diaspora, we will continue pushing or requesting the government to please create room for our brothers and sisters in diaspora to also be exercising their franchise, to be voting in all our elections. Yes, this particular election cycle is gone, but the next election cycle, we will definitely appeal on the government to seriously consider so that our brothers can also take part in our elections. And also the issue of an embassy, Spanish embassy. Because if you look into the diaspora, you will see a lot of Gambians that are in Spain. And still now, Spain is not having their ambassador in the Gambia. Every paperwork they do, they have to go to Senegal. This is a big problem. I appeal to the government through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to consider that also, because it's very, very important. We have a lot of brothers and sisters that are living in Spain. So if Gambia is still not having Spanish embassy in the Gambia, I think the government need to look into that critically. World War II. For 75 years ago, our parents have been sent out for World War. And since they came, perhaps there may be some interventions, there may be some benefits, but the benefit the benefits are indirect, if there is any. But as far as URR record is concerned, we have in our record about 75 families that are World War II veterans families. And these families are not receiving any direct benefit from the government or from the government of UK. So even if there is a program that is ongoing, but I think it is also important for government to facilitate so that these families can also be receiving direct benefits from UK government. So we will continue to request from the government so that they can pay attention to these World War II veterans and their families, because the last 2 veterans, one of them has just passed some 3-4 months ago. So, and since before the man died, the man, according to him, has never received any benefit as far as World War II is concerned. So definitely speaking, that is an issue that I think government need to pay attention to. Honorable Speaker, on the area of agriculture, in URR, especially Tumanna, we have lands that are arable. when we were young, in my own village, we don't buy rice. We cultivate enough rice all year in, year out. But now that is not working. And we receive information from the government that they are going to revive that land, that furrow over there, so that it can be cultivated. And if that is done, that is very, very important. And it is going to add, boost our economy. For that of Damfakunda also, in 2000 up to 2010, there was a furrow that they used to cultivate. And this furrow used to give back a lot of yield. But for the past 2-3 days, there was 2-3 years, there was a project that came in there and that has stopped everything that is working over there. And the people of Damfakunda are right now suffering because they were doing the cultivation over there by themselves. When this project comes, everything stops. So for 5 years now, they have not been cultivating that place. But before then, they have been cultivating and they have rice year in, year out. So I would urge the government to pay attention to that. Our women gardeners in Tumana also, they need support, especially fencing and water, and also seeds. Currently, there is a women garden in Kulari that has been totally burned down to ash, and that of Tambasansa also. Tambasansa was just the day before yesterday. So we will need the help and the consideration of the government to them also. And also there are 2 projects, Badari and also in Sajakunda. These projects for 3 years now, they have told them that they will bring a garden project for them, but still now it is not there. So we will equally request the government to please consider them. Our VDCs also, I think VDC is an act of parliament. So for that being the case, the government need to empower them. Empower them with something that they need to have for them to also be doing their work the way it is expected. Our other local structures, including the village health workers, they also need to be empowered. Traditional birth attendants, and also our school management. All these are local structures that will boost our development, and also our mothers club. Finally, Honorable Speaker, before my time will elapse, in Tumana we need sleeping homes, that is the sleeping police, because the traffic there is used to be too high. We have received just recently, the VDC chairman of Sara Alpha has been amputated on the right leg, just because of an ambulance was at rushing a patient to somewhere. So it had an accident. So those things are the things that I want to intervene on. I thank you all for your kind attention. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Tumanna. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Brefet.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And I would like to salute you, Honorable Speaker, for being the Speaker, despite the fact you are an old man, but you are strong to us, and you are serving the Gambians. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the fellow honorable members who are punctual in coming to this parliament every time, from the beginning of the session up to the end of the session. Honorable Speaker, we have been laying bills and committee reports. And also, we lay the bill of anti-corruption, and also, I think, PAP committee, that is the Pan-African Committee, brought a report which is very important. I am happy with the good job they did. But in their report, there is something very important they did not talk about, which is really affecting the whole Africa. I think the PAP committee need to put that into consideration. That is the white introducing lesbians, and homosexuals in Africa. Whenever you people go outside the Gambia, representing the Gambia, I think you need to talk about that because it is happening in the Gambia right now. And it is affecting our religion. It is affecting the children of the Gambia. It's definitely not good. Honorable Speaker, the level of corruption in this country needs a very strict law to set an example in order for us to have a corrupt-free government. Honorable Speaker, you will all agree with me that corruption is a stumbling block of development in every country because it damages the economy of the state. It also affects the bilateral relationship between the state and any other nation, as well as the partners, the donor partners. Honorable Speaker, we want development, and we cannot develop when corruption is a barrier. I think the anti-corruption bill came at the right time. And I want the government to make good use of that anti-corruption bill. The reason why Gambians are pointing the government for stealing the state money is because they are not seeing anybody being arrested for stealing the millions of the Gambia. We, the citizens of the Gambia, cannot continue seeing people stealing our money while they are not punished or chipped in one area or showing us the person who steals our money. We definitely want to see this thief. And this is the reason why Gambians are pointing finger to the ruling party. Because if you are governing or you are a leader of any group and something is missing, you are not taking any action, the citizens are not hearing anything, automatically they will start to point you as the leader. And this is why I want the government of the Gambia to take action to show us the people who are spoiling the money of this country. Honorable Speaker, we cannot continue seeing that in this country, that money will be missing every time, millions upon millions, when we are talking about the poor economic in the country. It's becoming too much. Honorable Speaker, most of the people working under the government send their children abroad. Our sons, our daughters have been brought back to the Gambia. Some of them came with madness. Our parents cannot take it anymore. It is too much. If the government are denying of stealing the taxpayers' money, what about the oil revenue? The country is sinking down every day. They all squander into the wealth we are all entitled to and ship their children to abroad while bringing our own sons and daughters back to the country. Those who hustle to go outside the Gambia without demanding anything, I think the government should step in and talk about to the West people. They have been looting Africa for 400 years. Why are they denying our citizens going to their country? This is something that is really bad. We cannot take it. Someone who hustles to go outside the Gambia cannot be returned back to the Gambia without giving any job. They are loitering around the Gambia. How can you control the criminals when people are brought back to the Gambia without giving any important job to take care of, without giving anything that they will use to feed their family? Honorable Speaker, the way President Barrow, sorry for calling his name because others are saying let us not call his name. The way I withdraw, the way the president is ruling the Gambia is really not fine because he surrounded himself with praise singers, the people who kept on telling him that he is right even when he is wrong. He cannot even continue working with the people who kept on telling him that he is right even when he is wrong. And that's why he is getting everything wrong. He must surrender with the people who will keep on telling him the truth. If you tell a leader the truth, you are helping him to rule the Gambia properly. But you cannot continue being a praise singer to the president. Everything he do, you say, yes, it's correct. You surrender himself with yes men and yes women who cannot even tell him that whatever you are doing is not correct for the people of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, coming back to the Parliament, last time you were talking about lack of quorum. And as a leader, you being a great leader, and you know politics for that matter, I think you know where the problem lies. Honorable Speaker, the Gambia Parliament is having honorables and right honorables. We are also having quorum makers and travelers. Honorable Speaker, I think you need to put that into consideration. I think you need to have a calendar whereby you will check those who are frequently traveling every time in a month, twice or 3 times. How do you expect for us to have a quorum when others are frequently traveling and others are traveling 2 times in a year? Honorable Speaker, and others have never and ever traveled. Honorable Speaker, I think you should try next time. In fact, when you are traveling, before taking your son, I take me as a daughter and we go together. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Fonyi Berefet. I now invite nominated member Honorable Keba Lamfofana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to start with, I would like to join my fellow honorable members to express our sense of gratitude, starting with your office and then to the office of the clerk, and to all the honorable ministers who have been with us since the start of this ordinary session. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that everything I've written, I did tore down. Because what I wanted to talk about was about the youths, about the state of agriculture, and about the level of security. But Honorable Speaker, charity begins at home. We have to put this house in order. And I am going to talk about the parliament. Why talk about agriculture? When we do not even have decorum in our own house. We have rules. We have laws. I would like to refer you to Standing Order 17. Behavior of members. 17A is saying, all members shall enter and leave the chambers with what? Decorum. Decorum means what? Respect. An honorable member said here that respect is what? Reciprocal. But I think we need to tell him what is the definition of this respect. Because if you pick a bone where it is not, at the end of the day, you will be what? Questioned. What we've witnessed in this assembly, starting from day before yesterday, till today cannot be entertained. This is not about us. The dignity of this house must be maintained. A day will come, all of us will go out through these doors, whether we like it or not, but this parliament will remain. This parliament will remain. Honorable Speaker, I will refer you to Order 18. Point of order. I'll make reference to this point to justify what the Speaker said yesterday. Point of order. Any member deviating from these standing orders may be immediately called to order by the Speaker or by any other member rising on a point of order. Deviating in English means when you go out of lane. There are rules. If you are a lawyer and a competent lawyer, this standing order should be a piece of cake for you. So, Honorable Speaker, you are right to say so-called lawyers, and I will repeat it. I will repeat it. You cannot stand and disrespect the entire house because you were described what? Properly. Look, please wait. Let's forget about the age variations. Let's talk reality to each other. Okay? what happened in this house cannot be tolerated. Hey. And Honorable Speaker, at this point again, I will refer you to point 20, order 20, just to justify that the Speaker was in order. Order 20 said, responsibilities of the Speaker for order. The Speaker in the Assembly and the chairperson in any committee shall be responsible for the observance of the rules of order in the Assembly and committee, respectively. And his or her decision upon any point of order shall not be open to appeal and shall not be reviewed by the Assembly except on a substantive motion made after notice. Members deviate. Members flout the rules. They are brought to order by their fellow members or by the Speaker. And here we are, confidently and boldly opening those wounds again. Do we have respect for this house? Please, if we do not have respect for this house, let's resign honorably. There are humble Gambians out there who can come and represent their people, rather than every day puncturing the dignity of this house. It's intolerable. This is not about the Speaker in person. It's about the position he is holding. And the Speaker merits it in totality. Who are we to start in one way or the other, evaluating the characters of others when our own are not in order? Honorable Speaker, normally when I'm talking out of emotions, I do not like to make it really lengthy. On that note, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominated Member, Keba Lamfofana. I just want to add this. I think we should all learn to go through the standing orders, so it will help us. That should be our Bible and our Quran, the standing orders. It should govern us. Yes, we are human beings. We can all err, but at least we want to improve on whatever wrongs we are doing to people. That's the beauty of good life, you know. And let's, as much as possible, use less emotions. Honorable, I now call upon the Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabeji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I don't know whether I need a request for a water. You put it here. Because I'm going to break my fast today. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And I thank all the honorable members. I also thank the honorable ministers, especially my own brother, Minister for Transport. He is very, very obedient to the National Assembly. Anytime we call, he's here. Honorable Minister, I'm a little bit biased, actually. I'm going to start with my constituency. When I was trained as a civil and disaster prevention engineer in 2012, I came back to this country. I have never seen a disaster-prone area like Fajikunda and Abuko. Any time or any year, summertime or rainy season, July, August, these particular settlements are always in trouble because they lie on a swampy corridor. I am appealing to the government of the Gambia to plan relocating this particular settlement. It's not going to be entire Fajikunda or it's not going to be entire Abuko. We are only going to identify places that are extremely lying on the swampy corridor so that we can move them and give them land in Bruzubi, in Salaji, in Farato, or in Busumbala. I'm sure the Honorable Minister for Lands is hearing me. Tomorrow I will start coming to your office to work on a relocation plan for this particular settlement.
Because it cannot be year in and out. The vice president will go there, give beautiful speeches, compensation, compensation will go, 1 bag of rice, 1 gallon of oil. This cannot continue. The most sustainable approach, or the best way to mitigate this is to relocate them in Brusubi, in Salaji, and other important places. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of our territorial integrity, I remember 2016, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we already said our territorial integrity will not be compromised. This was his slogan in those days. I don't know what has changed now until our territorial integrity will have to be compromised. Honorable Speaker, a child born in 2016 in this country is now 7 years old. And this child might not even think Gambia has a standing army. I am appealing to the Minister of Defense. It is high time we mandate our security affairs to our sisters and our brothers. 7 years is enough for economic intervention in this country. The slogan was, economists came to restore democracy. I've never been more hopeful about the future of the Minister of Defense to please kindly send economic back to their countries. We have over 5,000 standing army that can take care of our security needs. We are spending on, and this has implications. This has security implications. Today is President Barrow's government. Tomorrow it might be another government. If this security, these foreign securities are so exposed to all of our security issues, the next government to come will have to overhaul our entire security apparatus. Otherwise, signals will still go back to those countries, and that's going to be unfortunate. We have restored democracy. Their purpose is to come to the Gambia and restore democracy. As I said before, I have never been more hopeful about the democratic credentials of this country than I am today. So it's high time that they have to go back to their country. Honorable Speaker, with the issue of staff posted at our diplomatic posts, this is very important. This should be people who are knowledgeable. This should be people who are career diplomats. This should not be political compensation. They need to explore, because these are the people, they have to get the knowledge to explore every opportunity in those host countries and bring them back to the Gambia. But if you post people in those diplomatic positions, Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs is here, I'm sure you take note of what I'm saying. These are the people, they should be a very knowledgeable people, very exposed people. This cannot just be somebody who was voted out by people. You send him or her there to go and sit there as ambassador. No, this country is not going to move like that. If you travel outside the Gambia, you interact with ambassadors, you definitely know that we need a serious overhaul as far as our diplomatic positions are concerned. If it is going to be political compensation, so be it. But make sure they are trained. Train your foreign staff before you post them to these diplomatic positions. If you cannot stop political compensation, train them. But I'm sure even you go to that line, some are even not trainable. You'll find it that some will not be trainable. So those kind of people, you know where to put them. But sending them out there is only embarrassing our country. And I will hold the President of the Republic accountable to all of this mess. That will take me to presidential advisors as well. You see, President Barrow is very, very lucky if he knows how to do the things. I'm going to borrow my darling, who said he got everything wrong. 10 over 10 is all wrong. Bring people who are knowledgeable around you. Bring people who are exposed, who will be able to advise you on the trend of the global economy, who will be able to advise you on the UN system, who will be able to advise you on what is happening around in the international arena. But people who are not educated, who have not been to school. Those people cannot be our presidential advisors. Presidential advisors is not a very small position. So I beg the President of the Republic to sack all the presidential advisors. He has, no one is capable among those people, and bring in Gambian, US, international retirees. The doctors who are all over the world, they are all Gambians. Most of them retired from UN. Bring them closer to you. They will advise you on how to move this country. But having certain people around you who will go to the United States and take a loaf of bread and expose such an ignorance, those people cannot be your presidential advisors. You know, thinking that getting a loaf of bread from those shelves and trying to compare the economic
point of order,
in
Honorable
Gambia
Speaker.
and that of America, this is unfortunate.
Can we hear the point of who is
Honorable Speaker, on the issue of electricity.
Honorable member, a point of order on the table.
That's why I say I want water here today.
Pardon?
That's why I say I want water here.
That's why he said
water.
Water for what? You want to drink? You are fasting.
Honorable Speaker,
yes, may we hear the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, 29.4. It shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language.
Loaf of bread is offensive. Loaf of bread. Honorable Speaker, loaf of bread is offensive.
There's ignorance.
No, I'm saying that. No, loaf of bread. Loaf of bread is offensive language. Loaf of bread. Honorable Chair, is that what you are telling us? Okay.
I mean, the insult may be what? Honorable member for Upper Nyomi.
Honorable Speaker, the honorable member is using offensive language on people who cannot defend themselves to this assembly.
Why was offensive?
Caricaturing the advisors of the president and the ambassadors whom they are appointing to go and represent Gambians in abroad. I think it's very bad. You should do that.
No.
All right, honorable members. As difficult as it may be, I don't think he made offensive language. I mean, it may not be palatable, or it may be too much hard to consume. Honorable member, can you continue?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Order.
You are a neutral arbiter. Eh?
All right, honorable. You know, Parliament. That's his side of the coin. Come with your own side of the coin. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for making a very good ruling, a very progressive ruling for that matter.
Because
now,
is it because it's in your favor?
Honorable Speaker, going to
extra 2 minutes.
Okay, on the issue of water and electricity tariff, we've seen a recent exponential increase in these tariffs. And yesterday, the minister was questioned, Minister for Energy, but he couldn't tell us a very clear answer. For me, if you import electricity from Senegal in a more cheaper, now you come and increase the tariff. What the Honorable Minister said, Pura was responsible for that. I don't know whether Pura has right to dictate the policy direction of our parastatals, because he knows why Pura will do. So I feel that the Honorable Minister statement was not capable to believe. We need a better statement. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the OIC Hotel, we have exhausted a national process and award a contract to a particular contractor, an investor for that matter, without knowing that he was coming to invest on a woman rather than the land. The land, the president laid the foundation for 8 months. This particular contractor cannot invest a single million on that land. Now we are here and going to the court and claim for 140 million from a woman. I think what this is telling us as a country, we need to be very serious in the type of people we award our contracts to. We need to do prior due diligence to make sure that investors don't come here and blackmail us and scam us, exhaust all our national process on them, give them our work and they cannot deliver. And that's not the only contractor that scam this country. I can count them on and on and on. So the Minister of Works should be very, very vigilant to make sure that these scammers who disguise as investors come to this country, probably give few millions to certain people and they will be awarded this lucrative national work. Should definitely look into.
Okay, Honorable Member, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji. I now invite the Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will also want to join my honorable colleagues to say Ramadan Kareem on behalf of the people of Banjul North. That is my people. And also a blessed Lent to the Christian community in the Gambia and beyond. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed a very important session that we are currently having. But my submission for today will be centered into 4 thematic areas, which I believe of importance to the people that we all represent. Honorable Speaker, I will start with the Banjul Road Rehabilitation Project. The Banjul Road Rehabilitation Project is a project that we all believe is here to facelift the city by addressing the road system, the sewage, and the drainage system. But Honorable Speaker, through you, I want to put it to the Honorable Minister of Works and Infrastructure that the delayed construction of the main ring canal is indeed a concern for the people of Banjul, more particularly the people of Banjul North. Why I am saying this is because we really don't want to experience what we experienced last year, that is the flash flood, which was indeed a very devastating moment for the entire people of Banjul, more particularly the people of Banjul North. So like I said, through your office, I want to put it to the minister to do all what they can as soon as possible to see how best they can start the construction rather of the main ring canal, which we believe contributed the main factor that caused the flash flood last year. Honorable Speaker, going further, the issue of health is a business for everyone. And when I say it's a business for everyone, it is everyone's concern. Because if I am not healthy today, I will not have the energy to stand here and talk about issues that really concern my people and beyond. So in that regards, I want to bring it to your notice, Honorable Speaker, that the people of Banjul are indeed very concerned with the slow implementation of the recent rehabilitation construction of the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital and also the polyclinic. We want the ministry to do all what they can to engage the contractor to make or to complete the project as scheduled. Because we had the minister said The project is expected to be handed over upon completion May this year. We want to see that happen. We don't want to go up to May. We see another story whereby it is an issue between the contractor and the ministry. That I will also urge the ministry to take it up and make sure that it happens. Why I am also saying this, the issue of emergency cases in BANJUL is costing our people a lot. We have to go all the way to Ndemban, most of our cases, to be treated. And Honorable Speaker, we are saying that we are tired of going all the way to Ndemban for our emergency cases as far as our health is concerned. So from there, Honorable Speaker, it is indeed very important to bring this to the attention of the Parliament, because we are all aware that there was a statement by the governor of the central bank that funds were given to importers to import essential food items to the country so that they can help to better lower the prices as far as essential food items are concerned in this country. I will want, through you, the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Trade, and if possible, the Honorable Minister of Finance, if he is available, to give clarity on that. How far have they gone in terms of supporting those importers, and what is really happening? Because we have seen that price, as far as essential food item is concerned in this country, the price is increasing by the day, which is something that is unacceptable. So in that regards, I want clarity on that on behalf of my people, so that they will know the main reason why the prices of essential food items is going up every day. Honorable Speaker, my team and I conducted a research. And when I say my team and I mean BANJUL North Constituency Coordinating and Planning Committee. Made a research after listening to the announcement of the increase in tariff, which will take place in April, as far as electricity and water is concerned in this country. And we were indeed very, very concerned. So, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, I would just want to refer the House to the PURA Act 2001, Section 34. Please, if I can go ahead and read. Section 34(1). The authority may establish fee and charging guidelines in respect of the provision of the regulated public service. 2. The authority guidelines under Section 1A seek the views of the providers of the service, which they did, that is NAWEC. And B, carry out any research, including seeking the opinions of the consumers of the service it considers necessary. This, Honorable Speaker, I will say it is not yet been exhausted, which is indeed very important. And I am glad that the Minister of Petroleum and Energy is around. I want to put it to him through you again that it is important for NAWEC and also PURA to hold on this until all the necessary engagement with the consumers are concerned. Because why I am saying this is what the Act is saying, that they must exhaust all these protocols before they can put to effect such an increment as far as the tariff is concerned. So in that regards, I will want to seize the opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to ask or to tell the Honorable Minister of Petroleum that PURA and NAWEC to hold all tariff increase for water and electricity and seek the views of the Gambian people who are their loyal consumers, which is indeed very important because this is what the law says. So in that regards, Honorable Speaker, I will want to thank the entire Assembly, like I always say, and I will always keep on saying it, because looking at the situation of the Gambia, the way we are moving as a country, to be honest, we are very far from development. And the fact of the matter is, a problem that is not solved is still a problem. But a problem that is solved will no more be a problem. And that is how we should start thinking as a nation. And I believe it must start from here, that is the parliament. I will always tell people, the parliament is the solution house. And I mean it. There is no problem that can come to the parliament without any solution. And this is what we should put in our hearts as parliamentarians, representing the Gambian people. Let us also understand that we are here to address the needs and the concerns of our people. So in that regards, Honorable Speaker, I urge my fellow honorable members to adhere to this advice. In that regards, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for BANJUL North. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jokadu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Let me first of all thank each and everyone who is in this chamber today. Honorable Speaker, my first intervention will be the Minister of Works and Infrastructure, that is pertaining to the roads that are connecting Jokadu. I have been singing about these roads in this chamber since 2017 up to now. These feeder roads were built in 1985. It's almost 4 decades now. And they are all been warned of now. They are unmotorable. And the people of Jokadu has really suffered because of these roads. For the past 2 decades, people were engaged in tacito, just for them to be able to move from one location to another. And they are really fed up and tired of this tacito issue. I have been tabling it here on adjournment debates, writing questions, but still now to no avail. So I am urging the Honorable Minister to really put this into consideration and then try to bail my people out from this unpleasant situation. When it is in the rainy season, it is very difficult. At this moment, maybe people are managing. But when the rain strikes, everybody is stranded. Why? Because even if you have your goods, you want to transport them from one community to another, you cannot do it. Because the roads, you can only walk by foot. There are some communities that are disconnected during the rainy seasons because of the rain has washed away all the gravels that were put in these roads. So I am appealing to the Honorable Minister to consider us and then help my people also to enjoy as others are doing in other parts of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, from there, I'll move to education. Thanks to the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education for building recently a school in my area, that is Munyagen. The construction is ongoing, but it is very far now. They are at the finishing stages. I'm very happy for that. But I'm still appealing to her ministry that in Jokadu, we have only one senior secondary school in Kuntaya. And there are so many communities that are very far from Kuntaya. There are communities that are almost 20 kilometers away from Kuntaya. And their kids would find it very difficult to go to Kuntaya and then get back home in the same day because of there is no transportation. Some use bicycles and others don't have bikes. So it's very difficult for them. So I'm appealing to the Honorable Minister to consider at least giving us another 2 senior secondary schools. One in Kisemajao, which is very far from Kuntaya, and there are so many satellite villages that surround Kisemajao, and it is a basic cycle school. So I would appeal the Honorable Minister to help us upgrade that school also so that they will have a senior secondary school. And then at the other end also a place called Medina Mudum. It's just like Kisemajao at the other end. I would also love if Medina Mudum also can benefit a senior secondary school for the kids that are around that end. Honorable Speaker, to the Minister of Health, I'm also saying a big thanks to the Minister of Health for providing Jokadu with another health center. We are having only one in Kuntaya, but thank God now they are building a health center at Kisemajao, and the work very soon, the place will be inaugurated because the construction has been completed. We are left with only the furniture now. And then we are also given another health post in Medina Mudum. So I'm appealing to the Honorable Minister to fast track so that those people also, the work can commence because they are still asking. Since last year up to now, we didn't see anything yet. So I'm appealing to the Honorable Minister to help us so that that work also can start. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to electricity, the Minister was here yesterday, and what he has said, I welcomed it because Jokadu also will be part of the communities that will be electrified. So I'm saying a big thanks to the government and then the Minister of Energy. Just to ask him to push things so that things will be fast-tracked and then work starts as soon as possible so that Jokadu also will realize electricity. Agriculture. I said this in the last adjournment debate, that last year rainy season, Jokadu has experienced a failure in the rainy season. There are some farmers in Jokadu who did not even use the grains that they harvested last year for more than a month. Before December, most of these farmers, their stores were empty. They are just struggling since then because there was a lot of rain, but the harvest was very poor in Jokadu. So I'm appealing to the Honorable Minister to take that into consideration and then try at least to see measures to help my people so that they'll be able to manage before the end of this rainy season coming. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to water, in my constituency, we were lucky to have boreholes that were dug by the water resources since last year. But these boreholes, still now, they are just sealed there. The work is incomplete. And people are still wondering whether this project will be realized. So I'm appealing to the Honorable Minister to fast-track things so that at least those boreholes also will be put into good use by my people. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jokadu. Now I invite the Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for granting me the floor. I would join my colleagues in saying Ramadan Mubarak to each and everyone. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of our honorable ministers here. I also wish to congratulate the Assembly, this humble house, for being very proactive in making sure we do due diligence to the duties and the work that we've been given. As many can see, we've been here, as we've been spending like late hours here trying to make sure that we give its due to the bills and drafts and policies that are brought here. And it really shows our commitment in making sure we serve our people to the best of our abilities. Honorable Speaker, I'll first start with the issue of my constituency, or I would say Banjul in general, which is the issue of the stores. We've been laying complaints in terms of these store issues in Banjul. It's really proving to be very daunting task for us. These encouragements due to the setting up of stores for commercial purposes are really taking a toll on our, I would say, spatial demarcation. We've been seeing recent accidents. We've been seeing, bad encouragement. Sometimes even to have a pathway to pass is a big problem due to these trucks parking all over, and these are residential areas. So our councillors actually over the years have been doing their best to vent their frustrations, and they've been going to and fro to physical planning, to their various local councils and stuff. So coming into Parliament and having checked some of these laws, I've found out that really most of the owners of these stores have gone through the legal processes and have acquired their legal documentation. So it would be quite unfair to stop their projects of some sort, which really shows that we really need to look at our laws. And the Right Honourable Minister of Lands did make mention here the last time that they were working on a zoning plan. I think that would really help in curbing this situation. And since they'll be coming up to make deliberations pertaining to the things that we've brought forward, I would really like to hear how far they are in terms of the zoning aspect of these areas. It will really help us a lot. Honorable Speaker, also I would like to delve on the area of accommodation in terms of Banjul. Though it's a capital city, but it's a colonial space and it's quite small. And when it was built, I don't think there's been an expansion variation, I would say, in terms of when they were setting up Banjul, because they set it up in a space whereby there's no actual room for expansion. So this is why most of the residents there are moving to the Combos and other areas. And actually, as I speak, even to find a place to stay for certain people is proving quite daunting. So I'm urging the government, the central government of the Gambia, to do their best. I don't know if it's in their plans to embark on a social housing project. I think that will really be of, it's of need right now currently in Banjul, at least to upscale the vibrance of the city to take it to its former glory. Honorable Speaker, also in terms of our urban landscape in Banjul, everyone knows that Banjul is an island city, right? Some of these youth organizations and these CSOs have been doing their best in terms of putting projects for, I would say, coastal adaptation mechanisms to ease at least the idea of us, I would say, flood coming up or something, because we are just a meter above sea level, and it's quite alarming. So you've been seeing some trees have been planted along the sea area, along the beach areas and stuff. These are all coastal adaptation mechanisms to decrease the corrosive things that are coming up onshore. So I think we've been saying this for a long time now, but I think we really need to look into them because these are serious issues. And also part of the wetland issues also is we've been seeing business entities being constructed there. Like if you go to the Tobacco Road areas, you'll see these petrol stations being set up and stuff. These are all blocking waterways, and that is a coastal area that needs to be left at bay. Since we don't have time, Honorable Speaker, I would also like to put to light that in terms of corrupt activities in this country, I think we've been hearing different narratives day in, day out, right? Though the government have been doing their best to curb the situation, I think you have to give the devil its due. They've done their best to bring the anti-corruption bill, which we are currently working on, and hopefully will be passed, right? But at least the commission will help curb the issue. But for also us, the populace, to take the government more seriously, I think there are also other pending cases that need to be looked into. If you look at the COVID-19 queries, nothing has been done yet. Like the BANJUL project, you know, the contract awarding aspects, you know, and all those things, nothing has been done. We've recently seen the Petroleum saga. Nothing has been done. They say everything is cleared out and stuff. So it's like we're just giving these people an easy ride. So I'll also move to the issue of security report, Honorable Speaker. A $20 fee has been levied on the Gambian people. And from my findings, I might be wrong, but I think the government is on the verge of losing, I think, about $274 million based on the contractual agreements with security report. And this, if you go to other countries, these levies are all inclusive, really. They are always part of the flight tickets. So I don't know what kind of contract agreements transpired between the Gambian government and that of security report to warrant this. And recently I've also seen that there's this publication that there are certain security threats that security report have cited, something like that. We would like to know this, what are these threats? We want to know if we are, you know, our value for money have been accorded to us. We would like to know more about these findings. And also, I think they need to be audited to at least be able to see if due diligence has been done with regards to it. And also, we like to also know the annual collection and what goes to where. What do we have as a country? What does security report have, and all those things? These are all things that I think the Gambian people would like to know, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'll move to the fisheries sector, Honorable Speaker. I think Honorable Minister, fortunately, is here. I think this is an untapped sector, I would say. We are rich in resources. Our seas are quite rich, but it's quite unfortunate that in my constituency, I'm fortunate to have a part whereby I'm directly near the sea. And after Fajr prayers, usually I would say young people from my constituents and other parts of BANJUL, you know, born and bred in BANJUL, they are now embarking in the fishing sector. Which is a good sign, actually, because people in the city, we aren't known to be fishermen or, you know, those type of people. So this is a clear sign that really young people are really up for it. So I would like to know, in terms of that sector, what plans do the ministry have, because these are a lucrative untapped area. I don't know if there could be, you know, a project whereby boats can be given to young people to explore, because most of them are working for foreigners, I would say. So, I have about 29 seconds. Honorable Speaker, finally, in terms of youth and sports, I would want to say that in terms of these grants that are given, I would take example from YIP project and all those other projects, I think the grants that are given are quite low, and we should see what measures to take to make sure to expand the young people's businesses, at least to increase the amount that are given to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul Central. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله على نعمة الإسلام وكفى بالله نعمة. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thank the various ministers who are present for their patience, and you could see from their faces that they are indeed ready for us to join force to see a better Gambia. I thank you very much for your presence. And I also thank my colleagues, honorable members from various constituencies. And also, indeed great to be part and parcel. Honorable Speaker, first foremost is this. I want to take a circumambulation round to my constituency, that is Fonyi Kansala. In Kansala, to the Honorable Minister of Works Construction, the Sangajo Dasilame Highway is in progress, as the GLF narrated lastly, and also the Kanpanti down to Balen Road. I want to put this to the Minister, if possible, a design of the road in which we could see an availing circumstances that could yield dividend in our two neighbors, that is the Keneva end. This was the road that was initiated then. We all have hopes and aspirations that it will be a bridge from our end down crossing to Keneba. I think if the plan doesn't include that particular bridge, I think it's enormous. I don't know what would be your argument to see that we bridge the gap between us and Keneba. And if it is done, it will now be a win-win situation where we could enjoy their work in the other end and also for us at the other end. So I indulge your redesigning if it doesn't include that. Honorable Speaker, to the Honorable Minister of Works also, I want you to maybe join with me for us to make a thorough view of Buyam itself. Partly, there are roads that are very gullied. You know, the village itself has a lot of issues and gully eroded ways from the highway down to the wharf in Cancun to end. Then also the other side of the school also, transportation or vehicles moving around that then is a problem. So I believe we could work towards addressing that status quo. And in the rainy season, it normally disturbs the dwellers within the furrows, those around the furrows end. Is really a challenge. And also the Sangajor from passing Nyantempo down to the Sangajor before taking the space in Kanfenda. There is a very gullied, eroded, and I think if you could agree with me, when you are passing, you do normally see that it's almost eating the road. So I want your interventions in that. Honorable Speaker, this is where it will now take me to defense. We believe in the issue of working as a nation. Without defense, we are zero. I am putting this to the defense minister as a challenge once again. We will work together to effectively see that free movement in Fonyi. A Fonyi that was known for peace, a Fonyi that was peace-loving, and a Fonyi farmer who was continuously doing his farm activities without no interruptions. I could vividly tell you this. Around the borderline of my villages, corrugated iron sheet of villages within the border, all our holes that are land mines initiatives, cells drop in those villages, yet still they are doing their own initiative to make sure they mend their houses, change the corrugated iron sheet because of the selling that had occurred 25th of January, the 13th of March, and also currently the war that is emanating from that particular end. So I think action needs to be taken to make sure those people are comfort in that particular end. Honorable Speaker, just of recent, I lost my own brother last Monday. A watchman, he lives in Sine-Die. He's a private residential guard in BANJUL, Tranquil. He was attacked by mobs, armed mob men. He was stabbed with various stabs. In the late night of Tuesday, he was pronounced dead at Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. We did that burial in the same Tuesday in my village in Sine-Die. Honorable Speaker, is alarming. If ministers are having guards, the presidents are having guard, key stakeholders are having guards, our own people are even afraid to live in their compounds. Where are we headed to? So I think it is the utmost challenge that we are facing as a country, and without which, if we don't empower our men and women in security, we will be singing the same tunes it will not make up. You go to police stations, no vehicle. Areas in which they will be able to man is a challenge. And I'm also putting this to the defense minister. I want you to stand up and visit military barracks. It is very sad when you go and see military barracks, what they eat, how they eat, their food that they eat. Is it satisfying them? Our own security men can't make ends meet for their survival. Wherein, you look at our last budget, the food and food service has increased to 2 million, different from last year. But soldiers would attack members and said, they said the National Assembly has reduced food and food. It is never possible. But I believe, go and see the barracks, visit them and see, their way of living. Sometimes you sympathize them. If they picture their foods or you see their foods, I do go around into military barracks. These are our brothers. When you see what they eat, you'll even tend to ask, why? Where are these people, where are these things coming from? From the top echelon down to the end, down to the last recruit, down to the last soldier, you will be very, very sympathetic with them. Defense Minister, I'm putting this task to you, thoroughly investigate Farafenni barracks. Farafenni barracks is a barracks that you need to investigate. Farafenni barracks is going through turmoil in terms of men and women. Comfortness, dissatisfaction, and issues that are going in that particular barracks is not acceptable. People are alleged in terms of tribal aspects. The commandant is saying, if peace will reign for him to make sure he move all Jola officers away, he will do it to make sure he maintain peace. Why? And I'm telling you this, we are all Gambians, irrespective of tribe, religious, or belief. If this surface is still pursuing with men and women in uniform, it doesn't tell well. And I can tell you this, the operation commander, Gomez, can be a testimony on this. An old vehicle was used when the president was in Sabak Sanjal inaugurating the road. A weak vehicle. They had a breakdown. The commandant had to leave them. Operation commander asked those people, where is it? He has to call him again and said, why are you leaving your men? Police commands will say, can we let you a ride? The immigration are asking, can we let you people a ride? So I think we need proper investigation. Take a move to those barracks. Investigate and now make sure you address certain issues that are going in those particular barracks. More so for Farafenni. And I believe soldiers are not charcoal developers, or soldiers are not wood carvers. Currently, we have 2 men soldiers in Farafenni barracks who are seriously wounded in an accident. Not the wood, that for them to do their own, cooking, but they have been sent to go and fetch firewood. 2 of them are seriously having accident. The one is quarantined in Farafenni General Hospital. So are we looking for interest? You want to use soldiers as tools? It's unacceptable. They need that life. They need that comfortness, in which you only have 1 meal. Honorable Speaker, I am putting this to the Defense Minister. We are talking about security. My honorable colleague has said that of Nyani, that in certain areas, it's a no-go area. You are now trying to reduce military presence in Pakaliba, Lamenkoto. These strategic areas are reducing men and women in uniform. What are we trying to say? When you ask them, they'll say food and food is very small. I think it is almost obligatory for the Defense and Security Act and put it to the Commander-in-Chief that we will not compromise with security, and security is here to stay so far a country is concerned. So these are issues that I think I want to put across to make sure our men and women in uniform are adored. And their presence in our key strategic areas is as much as important as our daily activities, without which we will not be safe as a country. On that note, I thank you very much, and I believe it will be accorded, and actions need to be taken. Farafenya barracks need a must investigation, an urgent one for that particular matter. I task the Defense Minister for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sine-Die Constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Members of this Assembly. And also thank you very much, the Honorable Ministers, for being part of us since in the morning and waiting patiently for our deliberations. Honorable Speaker, the mad men and women roaming in streets. Honorable Speaker, what I asked the Minister of Health, what could the Ministry of Health do to accommodate these people? Yes, there is tanka, but the capacity in tanka, I don't think that is enough for all the people, or for all the mad men and women or the people with disability roams in streets, and some whom their families may not even come from this end. Sometimes they might be knocked by a vehicle, sometimes they will hit people, and sometimes something bad could happen to them. I urge the Minister of Health or the Line Ministry to find a way that the ministry could accommodate these people. Honorable Minister, the fish vendors in Tanje, Burfoot, Gunjur, Sanyang, respectively. Honorable Speaker, especially in Tanje and Burfoot. Honorable Speaker, Tanje is the main fishing center. I stand to be corrected. But then, since Tanje, I believe, is the main fishing center, I think the vendors in Tanje, the market that is built for them is unable to accommodate all of them. When you go to Tanje, the seaside, you find lots of women and men selling their fish on the seaside. Their rains falls on them, their sun sets on them, and health-wise, I don't think this is hygienic for them. Honorable Minister, I urge you and your Line Ministry to look into this properly and see a better way that you can build a structure for them, at least to have a better living and a better way to sell their products. Honorable Speaker, the Women Federation Market. The Women Federation Market, where it is built, it is within Sine-Die constituency, and the people of Sine-Die constituency would like to know the status of that market. It has been a decade or more that since this market is built, and yet there is no proper of usage to that market. Honorable Speaker, the people of Sine-Die would like to know the status of that market, if it will be used or not. Honorable Speaker, market for Tintinto. Tintinto is within Sine-Die constituency. The people of Tintinto did not have a market, and I think they have a right to have a market. Tintinto is a community within Sine-Die. There is no small community in Sine-Die. Sine-Die is a very big populated area, and a community like Tintinto without a market, Honorable Speaker, I urge the Honorable Minister to also look into this and then provide them with a market if possible. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the said breach as alluded by Honorable Member of Lower Salum, could the ministry clear doubts of the citizens of this country by asking the collectors to stop, if possible, to stop collecting in SEFA. It is sad in the Gambia, like when you travel to Lumos or areas or villages where there happen to be Lumos, that even the vendors will be asking for SEFA sometimes. When you travel to Senegal, you will not even be able to have a place where when you have a dalasi, you will be able to change it. It's sad. I think this, we have to look into it properly and then find a better way. Because I believe when people outside, especially a layman outside, when you tell the person that this bridge belongs to the Gambia, yes, it is in the heart of the Gambia, of course, but then it will be difficult for a layman to understand that this bridge belongs to Gambia alone when it is entirely the property of Gambia. I believe if the ministry could look into this and then find a better way that the usage of SEFA could be stopped and then we use dalasi. If anyone has dalasi, SEFA, you could change it to dalasi and then do your payment and then pass easily. I think this will clear all doubts of either the place is Senegalese or it is Gambians. Honorable Speaker, I urge you to look into this properly. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the former ITC in Kesering, Honorable Speaker, the people of Kesering would like to know the status regarding that ITC. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the OIC road project within Sine-Die. Honorable Speaker, as a representative of Sine-Die constituency or the people of Sine-Die constituency, have the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure settle all compensations for the people whose houses were demolished? If not, when? And if yes, please, I urge the Honorable Minister of Roads, Works and Infrastructure to a little bit speed up in terms of constructing these roads. The people of my constituency, Sine-Die, is suffering with regards to road connectivity. Honorable Speaker, I will say finally, as the Honorable nominated member always say, little girls and boys in streets selling nana and stuff like that, and soon mangoes will ripe or some had even riped. When those are times you find these little girls and boys roaming in streets, selling these fruits or selling nanas and stuff like that, which could be dangerous to them sometimes. These are times that some men will deceive these little girls, telling them that they will want to buy their products, take them into their rooms, and eventually they'll be raped. Please, I urge the Line Ministry to look into this properly. It is a child abuse, and find a way that these girls and boys could be protected. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sine-Die. I now invite the Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Mm-hmm. 2 minutes. Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I will also join my colleagues to acknowledge the presence of the cabinet ministers here present. As we say, Parliament or parliamentary work will never be effective without the collaborative effort of those who are responsible for policy and implementation. So we thank them for their presence. And we have decorum. You people, you are disturbing me. No, you cannot be chatting in Parliament like this. Honorable Speaker, the issue of inflation is becoming alarming. The minister had informed us here that food inflation has gone up to 18%. and I know core inflation will be even higher. We've always said that what is required is to invest in the productive base, process the products, market the products, and the foreign exchange to maximize the depreciation of the, or minimize the depreciation of the dollar, so that we'll be able to stabilize prices. But it appears this government's policy is not in that direction. They want to depend on imports and imports and imports, which will not bring the food imports down. It will not bring prices down. And it's becoming alarming now. So we must begin to really make policy towards that. Honorable Speaker, I just want to remind the Assembly that there was a salary increment here, but it looks like certain sectors like GBOS and the Edward Francis Small Hospital were sidelined. They did not benefit from that salary increment. Maybe the minister can shed light on that to ensure that it is redressed. Honorable Speaker, on rural electrification, our people, like some people have already said, some members, from independence to date, did not benefit from power, electric power. And we all know the benefit of electric power. Woolly URR is very hot. So we need electricity now. So we want the Minister of Petroleum to really explain the stage at which we are, the project is towards that end. Honorable Speaker, education is a right. And we've discussed that with the Minister. And there is this village of Sarageda, which is located very far from all the schools that are anywhere close to it. Whether it's Bantunding or Murepunda, they are very far. And there are many children there that are ready to go to school. So we need an LBS in that place. Honorable Speaker, water. Yes, the minister was here. We discussed it. $9 million was provided by the ADB. But if we check that, that will be 500 and something like 60 or about 600 million. Yes, there's a lot of money, but I believe the minister should prioritize to ensure that, yes, everybody is suffering from water, but those who are more acute should be considered first. So if you can do that prioritization, that will be useful. Honorable Speaker, there was food aid given to this country by China, which was rice. We'll want the Vice President or whichever appropriate minister to explain us the stage of distribution of that particular rice. What happened to the rice? Is it distributed, or is it going to be sold to the people, etc., etc.? Yes, Honorable Speaker, the situation in Bajakunda Fire Service Station, which is meant for Willie East, Willie West, and Sandu. And we are struggling to improve the situation there, but there are no fire hydrants. So if there is fire outbreak, it's like they have to go up and down, long distance to try to get water to be able to put off the fire. So, but information has reached me that the 2 fire ambulances there, one is removed. I know there must be a good reason for removing it, but we fear that the lack of water, in addition to other matters, if there should be fire outbreak there, it will be a terrible disaster. So that should be proactive to return the ambulance there. Honorable Speaker, many people have spoken about security, but I believe the security sector reform will not be fruitful, will not be successful unless the ordinary person's life and property are protected. We must not just concentrate on protecting the president, the executive, and others, and ourselves, and forgetting about the ordinary person. So if you listen to members, there was an attack in Nyani There was also an attack at, I think it's in first in Choi. And the day before yesterday, there was a serious attack in Wuli, in Kolikunda, which is just 2 kilometers from Makamasreng, where the PIU are stationed. But because of the lack of vehicle mobility, they could not do anything. So they should be considered so that they'll become mobile and they become effective where they are. Honorable Speaker, many have spoken about corruption, and we are working on the anti-corruption bill. We know that the Gambian people have demonstrated that this is long overdue, and we should work on it. And the explanation from the Minister of Health regarding corruption was not very satisfactory. You know, in the First Republic, the president, when he was touring the country, mentioned that where you tie the horse, that's why, you know, it's. You remember that statement? That was what has really fueled corruption in this country. They've encouraged corruption. Up to now, we could not control corruption. That should not have been a statement coming from a leader. We must discourage corruption wherever it is. You see, if we look at the Auditor General's report, if it says adverse finding or adverse opinion, it says, I noted difference between the general ledger and cash equivalent note 15 totaling $4,968,902. As a result, the total cash balances in the final statements were misstated. If you read into that, you investigate that there is corruption. And if you look into other things, like for example, if you look at 4, it says, I noted below the line BTL project 192222, code used for receipting funds, as was also used to raise payments, leading up to an understatement of 62 million. 0.6. If you read that also, you will see that there is a serious anomaly. So those type of anomalies are all considered corruption. So if they are also in the COVID-19 funds, those type of comments, advice comments there, if you don't read it properly, you will think that since corruption is not mentioned, so it's not corruption. But corruption simply means all the anomalies that we may have. For example, if you say, I have identified monies totaling 69 million held at various commercial banks on behalf of government that were not disclosed in the financial statements. If you follow that and investigate it, you'll be able to see that there is somebody wants me to stop, but it's not my time, it's not yet. I am only 6 minutes to go. Also, if you say, Honorable Speaker, I noted unsupported payment of 50 million in respect of timber proceeds to the government of Senegal. These are all corruption matters. So we should not downplay the issue of corruption. Honorable Speaker, finally, the government has promised, and the head of state has also promised and pronounced that the government has the desire to come up with a draft to change the constitution. And I think the minister also has exemplified that in our presence. So my question is, what is the process that the government intends to take to bring the draft back to?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woolly East. Honorable members, we are almost halfway through, and it's just 17:12. We will suspend sitting for another 15 minutes to enable members and any other person to pray and do other things, and we come back at 17:30. My time is 17:12, so in the next 18 minutes, we should be back to continue business. So the House now stands suspended until 17:30. Honorable members, the Assembly now commences. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Kiang Central, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me seize this opportunity on behalf of my people to say a big thanks to the honorable ministers. May I also thank the honorable members. I'm going to be very brief, hence the time is only 10 minutes. Let me go straight to the point. Honorable Speaker, clean drinking water is a major problem in Kiang Central. I have raised it before in the last adjournment debate. Still now, in Kiang Central, people are really suffering. We still have some villages that are still fetching water from wells. They lack clean drinking water, and that one is not hygiene. We really appealing to the ministry concerns to at least help us get us a clean drinking water. The other major problem is poor road networks. Since 1965 to date, apart from the South Bank Road and the road from Quinala to Tendaba, there is no other road constructed within my constituency. And some of the villages, especially in the southern part of Kiang Central, named Kabada, some of them are 11 to 12 kilometers away from the highway, that's Southbound Road. Especially in the rainy season, people find it very difficult to reach to the Southbound Road. Women's gardens. Our women in Kiang Central depend only on firewood for their livings. And as you know, in Kiang Central, especially Kabada, women and men depend on cutting firewood, burning it to charcoal, selling it to earn their living. I am appealing to the minister concerns to at least come to our aid. Because if this continues to now, in the long run, we will not have trees. And that is not good. It will not only affect the people of Kabada or Kiang Central, but if in the Gambia. Because when we lack it there, we go and search it at somewhere. So please, I'm appealing to the government of Adam Barrow, to help us address this problem. And then electricity, the major problem in Kiang Central. There is only 3 villages, that is Kuinala, Tendaba, and Wurokang, that are electrified. Apart from these 3 villages, we don't have any electricity in any of my communities. And there are 23 villages in Kiang Central. So, Honorable Minister, I know you are here, you are hearing me. But, last times, I faced you for this. You promised that there will be electricity as soon as possible to Kiang Central. And since then to now, we are not seeing any pole, neither cables. So we are appealing, please, to help us address this problem. Now, health center. We have only one health center in Quinala. That is in the northern part of Kiang Central. And most of the villages are very far from Quinala. We find it very difficult. Women are suffering seriously there, especially those coming from the southern parts. Sometimes you see a woman who is in the verge of dribbling and then being taken to Quinala. Before reaching at Quinala Health Center, the woman delivered in the bush. And I said it last time, that is very much serious. And still now we are encountering that problem. Many villages in Kabada are experiencing this situation. So, Honorable Minister, we are appealing for you to help us address these problems. Now, education. Everybody have right to education. We have few upper basic school in Kiang Central. We only have one senior secondary school within the constituency. We are appealing to the Minister of Education to help us upgrade some of these schools, like Sibito, to be upgraded to a senior secondary school, so that the people on the southern part can have access, because there is not far from the south. You have so many villages that are surrounding Sibito. But when it is Quinala, during the rainy season time, students find it very difficult to go to school, especially when it rains heavily. There is a thick bush, and the road is very bad. You cannot even have a vehicle. Even to use a donkey cart is a problem. You see, some of them stay away for some days without going to school. And it is happening still now. So we would like the ministry concerns, please, to address this situation. So in that note, I beg to take my seat. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang Central. I now call up on the Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And then may I start my deliberation by thanking the Honorable Ministers for the time you've dedicated to be here, and then all the time you spend and resources to be here with us. I don't need to say much about the ministers because already I've discussed some of the issues confronting my region with some of you. It's about the roads and the electricity. So, and then I must also apologize for what has happened here. And then I must now talk to my fellow honorables. None of us got the name honorable before we are here. We are given the title because of something. It's about the country. We don't have to disrespect this National Assembly. I am one whose culture has trained me to respect my leaders and respect my people. I don't jump to insult anyone. And I always stand by to defend my leader and anyone who is in position. I will disagree with you in terms of politics. That is about political ideology and political belief. This is why all of us belong to different political parties. But this parliament is one family. There are a lot of issues that are confronting this country that we should focus on than focusing on the past. This is why I say that the country is not moving forward because we are looking back too much. At the moment, some of the challenges that we are facing, one, deportation of our people. They are deporting them, they are coming here, no jobs for them. Two, unemployment. As I speak to you, according to statistics, we are at 41% unemployment. Three, high price of living, including rental fees. Now to rent a house is very, very, very difficult. Inflation again is another thing. CFA today, as I speak to you, to convert it to Dalasi, it's just like $1,000,000, you have to change it to 500 something. A kilo of meat today at the central abattoir costs nothing less than 350, just meat and bone. A family of 10 people, how many kilos do you need? Increase in poverty as a result of unemployment and other issues. This is why there is an increase in poverty. Insecurity, I will continue to fight for this as long as this country continues to hold these foreign forces in this country. Nothing is going to work for this country, and we will continue to neglect our security forces. I see no reason why these security forces should be here. What is happening today in Senegal in terms of political problems is higher than in the Gambia. So why are these people here up to date? Mali, there is a coup d'etat. Burkina Faso, there is a coup d'etat. Gambia, 6 years, there is no death due to political tensions or political problems. What are these people there? The money we're spending for these people, the security, economic and others, the so-called economic here in this country, can be spent on our own security so that we improve the security of this country. Imagine someone who is paid to be a watchman at a place. The armed robbers just go there, like just the scene that Honorable Giba just explained. Start for that. How many of us are safe here who are honorables now? The other day, the Honorable Giba was just coming to work. Someone has to just, that was even robbery, daylight robbery. He has to pick his bag and run. Some people have to run and they just go. That is daytime to get the bag from him. So what kind of country are we living? I'm appealing to honorable members. When we are here, let's focus on the development of country. We are free to belong to any political party. We are not here to disrespect and hunt each other. Me, I am ready to defend anyone who serves me as a leader. We can disagree when it comes to politics. This is how I am trained. In my culture, I am trained to respect people. One thing they train me is not to fear anyone, as long as I'm on the right side. This is what I am trained. This is what I will continue to defend. When we are here, let's fight for national interests. The issues I mentioned here are the ones affecting this society. Every day or every week, our people are being deported. According to our budget, 2023, we have said that we're going to create 150,000 jobs. So far, 3 months have already gone. How many jobs have we created so far? Which means to me it's impossible. What do we do? All these ministers and honorable members, this is a family. We are elected by the people to represent them. The ministers are appointed by the president to work for him. So when we talk about them, it's not about them, it's about the institutions that they serve. So this is why we have to give them that maximum respect. And criticizing them does not mean that we hate them also. Me, I make sure that whenever I am talking to you, I talk to you based on policies. If you disagree, you start insulting, I leave you. But one thing I hate to see, to insult my elder while I'm sitting there. I am not trained to be like that, and that one, no. So that one, I will just stay by that. The other thing that I also have to discuss about the audit report. It is very unfortunate for a comment just to be said that the audit report was just an opinion. What is that opinion all about? What is the opinion about when you say it was an opinion? It looks like the statement that was made was to encourage corruption. And corruption is one of the issues that is causing unemployment in this country. That is causing the rising of prices of basic commodities in this country. One man cannot just loot millions while the others go to suffer. An institution that should employ more, like our SOEs, our state-owned enterprise, like Gamtel, as I speak to you today, even to maintenance their vehicle is a problem. They are receiving their salaries late. Go to GCC. It's another problem there. The staff, if it continues the way it is operating, it might be closed next year. And then now, if we keep on closing our jobs, we are not fighting how we just maintain this thing. All we're looking at the political parties. All we're looking at hunting for one man. We are ready to defend this man up to the last of our dead word of God. That one, no compromise on that. This is a man who served this country and put structures here and developed this country to the maximum of any leader within the African country has done. So we have to understand that when we are here, the man is gone, we are here to move this country forward, not only continue, all about 20 years. 6 years, our people are suffering. But we are not thinking of how do we move from that. All we think of now, how to prosecute. If we kill that man, what benefit do we gain from it? Can one tell me that? If we get in, what benefit do we get? Nothing. When our own children, our people finish school, they have no place to work. We are not focusing on that. Some of us, we hate other people here because of they work for the previous government. We're not going to take it. This is how I am trained. I am here to represent my people. I am choosing to be here based on my commitment and hard work and discipline. That's why they think that I'm the right person to represent them here. And I'm going to make that full representation without any fear or favor. People should understand. I'm appealing to government. The security forces that are here, economic has no reason to be here. Because what is happening in those countries where they belong to is worse than the Gambia. So why are they even here? The resources that we spend on them, let's spend on our security. It's better than anything else. Senators, as I speak to you, every day almost they are killing each other in Scansor and others. So what peace are they maintaining here when their own country is on fire? What are you keeping them? When our people even in the camps, they don't have enough food to eat. Why are you keeping these people? Even though the funds are coming from EU and whatever. Let's fight to make sure we overcome the challenges that I mentioned here. How do we protect our people who have been deported? How do we create jobs for our people? How do we make sure that the rising prices of basic commodities, this Russia-Ukraine war is a global challenge. I'm even sometimes ask myself, what if Russia was shooting the Gambia? Maybe now we will not be thinking of something else. Because anything that happened, we are saying Russia-Ukraine war. And then something will come, because now I understand the ICC have passed an order to arrest Putin. This will be worse than the Russia-Ukraine war if he is arrested. We'll be talking of something else. So I am appealing to honorable members. We are giving this honorable name because we are voted to be honorable members, not to be horrible people. We cannot be here and disrespecting ourselves. Please, when we come, we have what is guiding us, that is the standing orders and the Constitution. Let's familiarize ourselves with it and then work for the betterment of this country. A country where we have lost security, there will be no peace. I have to make that very clear. Whether anyone is making millions and you think putting the securities here is safe, will save us, while our youth are unemployed, the number is increasing, is going to bring chaos to this country. We have to look at how we address these issues. We have to believe in ourselves, not to believe in foreign securities to be here for us. They have no reason to be here. Even at the State House, when I visited there, I was so much upset seeing foreign forces just to scream me to get into that one. It should not be. We have our own people. They have no reason to be here. They have to leave this country immediately if I get the orders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol. Honorable members, it's becoming a concern the way we conduct ourselves. One after the other, members will make comments on it. It is probable that some of us are not very much afraid with what we have in our own standing orders. Some others, it may be deliberate. But I want honorable members to take note of standing orders number 20, standing order number 26.1, standing order number 26.3, standing order 29.7, and standing order 32.1, amongst many. The altercation that goes around, especially between members and the Speaker, is uncalled for. To this end, honorable members, I want all of us to look at our standing orders together and make reference to these standing orders that I have just highlighted. Standing Order 20. The Speaker in the Assembly and the chairperson and the chairperson in any committee shall be responsible for the observance of the rules of order in the assembly and committee respectively, and his or her decision upon any point of order shall not be open to appeal and shall not be reviewed by the assembly except on a substantive motion made after notice. If you look at 26.1, 26.1, this is about speaking in debate. No member except the speaker, no member except the speaker or chairperson may speak unless called upon to do so by the speaker or chairperson. In deciding who should be called, the speaker or chairperson shall have regard to the nature of the business under consideration. 26.3. When the speaker or chairperson intervenes during proceedings in the assembly or in the committee of the whole assembly, every other member shall be seated. At any time when the speaker intervenes or the chairperson in a committee. And more importantly, honorable members, 29.7. 29.7. The conduct of the speaker or judges or other persons performing judicial functions in respect of those functions shall not be referred to except on a substantive motion. If you go contrary, all these things are our own laws. If you go against it, you are going contrary to the law, to our own standing orders. And that in itself would warrant discipline. So why don't we, honorable members, respect each other and work towards our common good? Just like the honorable member for Jarol, what he just said. So I don't want to go into altercations and all these things with members. But as I said earlier, I will not allow anybody, to the best of my ability and knowledge, to just do what you want. You and I together all are bounded by these standing orders and the Constitution. Please, honorable members. Honorable members, I now call upon honorable nominated member, Honorable Maimuna Sise.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Ministers here present, and my honorable colleagues here having the same common goal to represent this great country called Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank you for your tolerance and your professionalism, which today teaches me something. Leadership always comes with the challenges, but you were able to address it diplomatically, professionally, to make sure the calm and sanity prevail in this August Assembly. I thank you for that. Honorable Speaker, I would like to join my colleagues to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, who gave me the mandate and the privilege to serve my country in this respectable house called National Assembly. As I was aware, I would like to at least go through my colleagues, which is Honorable Fonyi Berefet, who was complaining about the people traveling, which are one of it. I found myself wanted in this one. But Honorable, I just want to let you know that some of the travels are private. I am a businesswoman, and I do sometimes I go by my own. Thank you for that. Anyway, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to dwell on our Pan-African Parliament colleagues, which I have been privileged to have a team who are very incredible, very easy to work with, and they are comrades, they are real comrades who are very willing to serve their country when they are out of the jurisdiction of the Gambia. There were no party color over there. We work harmoniously, and I've been guided by the veterans, whom one of them happened to be the team leader, called Alajimbo. I salute him, Honorable Saho, Honorable Jao, and Honorable Ture, and our able staffs, support staffs. I thank them a lot. Honorable Speaker, as every speaker cannot go without talking about the high cost of living in this country. It's a cause of a concern. This country, the way we are leading, I think we all need to stand up to put ideas forward to the ministries to make sure that this country stays trouble-free. Honorable Speaker, on Monday I went to a store, buy a Bob spray. That was a Monday. I arrived in this country on Sunday night. On Monday I went to the store to buy a Bob spray, a mosquito spray. That was Monday. Tuesday morning I happened to spray the whole entire house. That one exhausted, is finished. Yesterday night I sent my daughter to go buy another one. It was $120. Sorry about that. The inflation in this country, I cannot imagine. If something costs within 74 hours, the increment will be to an exceeded way. You cannot even understand how to imagine people can do that. But Honorable Speaker, I think the Minister of Trade needs to be intervening in this. We are not thinking of to having a price control in this country. But there should be a price monitoring in this country. I think they should put a mechanism to see that this country's people have been protected from these fraudulence. Because every purchase or every consignment, you have to have a pro forma invoice before you even have the shipment. So the cost of the prices you acquire over there, by arriving in this country, you definitely know how much you should have to clear it from the ports, and what are going to be the extra expenditures to make sure that the commodities prices are into terms and conditions of those pro forma invoices. But people will have their stock for over 1 year, but every 3 days, they will deliberately increase the prices. That is not helping the situation as we are talking about. Honorable Speaker, I would like to have the Minister of Communication and Digital Economy. Honorable Speaker, the only, the parastatal, what would I call it? The only GAMTEL we have in this country, the only service provider cannot serve the country because of the parastatal who hijacked the system from the government. Honorable Speaker, I think the poor need to put their house in order. These parastatals, they are not in the interest of the country. They are protecting their business, and the poor and the government need to protect the citizen of this country. The way we are seeing GAMTEL going down, we can see some bureaucracy, or we smell some bureaucracy trying to convince or align with the World Bank to see that GAMTEL being privatized or to be out of business, which is not the interest of the government, and it's not the interest of the Gambia. So I would like the Minister of Communication to at least
try to have a connection to save this country and save Gamtel from not being sold. Honorable Speaker, domestic violence. Honorable Speaker, we all know that there is a law that protects any violence or crimes in this country. But you would report a case to the police here, if it is a domestic violence or a crime, the next day, when you try to find out that the case has been settled out of the police through a family negotiations or a power being misused somewhere. Honorable Speaker, we have some domestic violence in the families. And some of these domestic violence are getting out of hand. I one time witnessed a case here, which was horribly administered by the husband. I couldn't even hold myself. Honorable Jawara is one of my witnesses. We've been monitoring the case with her. And I even involved the Minister of Minister of Gender and Women Affairs. But later the case has been withdrawn out of the police jurisdiction. It's been negotiated. And the funniest part of it, the police, I think every law needs to have a protection. When the law protects you, it needs an implementation. We cannot just have the police, when they arrest, the family members or the people in what they call the superiors will come and negotiate the case. I can barely remember in West, if any case being identified or being reported, now the suspect will always treat as a suspect until proven guilty. But that will not warrant for any other member or any other family to withdraw the case. You can do that. The state has to take the responsibility to make sure that that case has been pursued. Even the family doesn't like it, but they want the sanity to prevail. They want the occurrence of that nature not to happen again. So, Honorable Speaker, I think some of these things, our laws need to be visited. I know the laws are there, but are they implementing? The implementation of our laws are the problems right now. Honorable Speaker, my last point will be, there is a bureau exchange called here, wave bureaus. I think central bank need to look into their laws. These wave bureaus, you can receive money. If you have a financial transfer, you can receive it. But when you want to send some money out of the country or even within the country, it's not acceptable. But you can always receive, they are in the receiving end, but they are not in the sending end. So I think the central bank needs to look into that to make sure that Gambians are protected. Some of these things are not acceptable, not in local law or much more the international law. Honorable Speaker, in the last part of it, I would like to encourage my fellow members here. These chambers here, we need to at least try to put decorum and self-disciplinary to ourselves. We are representing the people of this country. And as my honorable members just said, we've been called honorable because we represent people. We can have here and there arguments, but let's give the authorities to authorities. No matter what, we might have our difference, but the respect can also prevail. We can always argue, but
thank you very much. Yeah, 10 minutes. Yeah, let me give you 1 minute.
Sorry. Sorry about that. Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. As some members have been, I think I can call it as an attack on the president for his own opinion, which when you go to the National Audit Act 2015, Section 20, subsection 1(2), clearly justify that. The president's statements is just a language, but the law entails clearly stated that the audit report is an opinion. So being a president in the country doesn't mean that you don't have an opinion or you don't have a right to anything that you feel. We have some people in this country, or some leaders in this country who once threatened this country that they can render this country ungovernable. If they can nurture that it was not a crime, I don't see what crime the president has committed by delivering on his own opinion. We cannot be politicizing everything. He's a human being like any of us here. He has been given the privilege to serve this country, but that doesn't sanction him. That doesn't confine him in a solitary confinement whereby he cannot even express his freedom. Where your freedom begins, that's where your freedom ends, that's where his freedom begins. Let's allow the peace to prevail in this country. Some of these petty talks are just mere scandalizing unnecessary things. We don't need that in this country. Right now, what we need here in this National Assembly, let's put our brainstorm here. Whatever we think is going to put this country ahead of any development, that's what we need for. But these petty talks, every little thing, they will twist it, build a mountain over it. It doesn't worth it. Especially with this holy month of Ramadan, we should be here forgiving. I think some of these members need to apologize to this president because he's a man of tolerance. He's a man of with this Ramadan, I'll say sorry to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nominated Member, Honorable Maimuna Sise. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me join my colleague to thank the executive wing, that is our ministers, for actually coming here to listen to us. Honorable Speaker, before I go into my intervention, I just want to make a few statements with regard of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, my colleagues, let us try and accommodate one another. There is a famous human rights defender. Everybody knows him. That's Mahdi Jobata. He said, the country is break here in the National Assembly. It is meant here in the National Assembly. Because everything come to the National Assembly. Even the ministers, whatever they need, they must come here to seek our blessing. And then I think we must stand as I know we are all good citizens of this country, and our intent is to see Gambia move forward. How do we do that? To see that Gambia move forward, we must accommodate one another. For example, Honorable Speaker, I served under him as a minority leader from 2014 to 2016, before, from 2012 to 2016. He was the then majority leader, I was the minority leader. What does that mean? He was in government, I was opposing. But what a miracle today. He is a speaker, I'm a National Assembly member. So these are God this time, and we must accept it. We have a small nation to build, and we cannot build this nation on anger and vengeance. I implore, whatever we are doing here, honorable colleague, let us not accept. There is some saying I'm always hearing, the 5th legislature is better than the 6th legislature. If that is the tragedy, let's change so that it will be the 6th legislature is better than the 5th legislature. So, honorable colleagues, I beg all of us, when it comes to national issues, let us focus how we can build our country. And then our country, you have the judiciary, you have the ministers, and you have the National Assembly. We have more, we must work hand in glove. This minister sitting down there, they are sitting down there listening to us. They want to make sense on what we are deliberating, because we represent the people and know what is affecting the people. So if we are talking to them, let's send a a civic message to them that they can accept and think so that they can formulate policies. They can develop policies on what we are talking here today. So, Honorable Speaker, my Honorable colleague, I beg all of us to go with that trajectory. Honorable Speaker, before I will talk issue that is affecting my constituency, I think, is the Minister of Transport around? I believe he should be around, because what has happened day before yesterday in our constituency, that is Upper Salum and then Nyamina Dankunku, the ferry crossing there, it was definitely terrifying. From almost in the morning to breaking the fast around 7 o'clock. The ferry crossing between the Nyamina Dankunku and Upper Salum, Lower Salum constituency was carried because of the engine was not functional. The ferry have no faith, but only to follow the direction of the water. So it was took up to those who were there from the crossing point of in Kawu up to almost beyond Balanga. Then it went to a level, then it was stuck before, as it was moving, it come and then find a very big rock and then stuck there. That rock would have even broke the ferry, a disaster could have happened. You have vehicles there, you have how to call passengers there, you have horse carts. Everybody knows how busy that crossing point is. Because from Nyamina East, they all now use that crossing point. So, Honorable Minister, if the ferry is not functional, it's better we remove it there before it will perish our people we represent. Because the life of people is more precious than that ferry, that they mend every 1 week, it will have a problem. Anytime they carry a maintenance of the ferry, after 1 week, it will have a problem. That means that the ferry is not worthy. I think that one the minister is not there, but the cabinet, maybe you can discuss that at your cabinet level. Honorable Speaker, the other issue, people are talking about highest price, but me there is something that I realize. When it comes to our legal tender, our note, the $5 is, the $10 is, the $20 is. Nowadays, we are talking of high price, but you will take the money also and then tender it at the trader. They'll say, I cannot take it because it is so mutilated. And then I think this matter, we more looked at it and then address it. Because if we are crying of high prices, and then the money you tender to get those high prices also is having a problem, that's very serious. Honorable Speaker, there is an intervention that was made here, especially when it comes to it is related to the interview of the President of this Republic when it comes to audit report. And then for me, I think sometimes when somebody speaks, read what is in his mind. Because our legislatures always we argue here, when we say, oh, let us read the mind of the drafter. The drafter is not sitting there. But as a legislature, we will say, let's read his mind. How do you read his mind? Is the text that he prepared. We try to read and then see what was in his mind when he was drafting. So for me, I believe the president also, he have the right to say it's an audit opinion. Because if in the act, section 20 is very clear. Section 20, the Auditor General shall provide an audit opinion on the financial statement of each entity for which he or she has the responsibility to audit within 6 months, so. And then I believe, if you look at this is an audited account, of the National Environment Agency. You have the auditor them speaking. He said, basic for qualified, qualified opinion. In our opinion, this is the auditor now again talking. For me, I believe what the president meant at that time was you cannot just only act on the audited account. It must pass through a process. In fact, he went up to an extent, he made a reference of one of his permanent secretaries that when it was proven about corruption, he is sent to jail. So here also, when an audited account comes out, there must be a process. And then the one that they are talking was since 2019. It was bring here in the assembly. I don't think we consider it until today. We were supposed to consider it, approve it, make some recommendation to the executive. If there should be any further investigation, now they will investigate and bring the people responsible to book. But you cannot just only rest on the audit opinion and then go and pick somebody and send him to jail. There must be a process to follow. It was bring here in the assembly. It is deposited here. We don't consider it up to today. Then how can you sanction those people involved?
Please.
No.
Please.
I have
order.
I have actually dealt with that. Honorable Speaker, because of the time, these were the issues that I wanted to just for. Thank you very much. I thought that is not finished.
Honorable Member for Jamin, are you ready? Oh, the time is gone. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Jara West. Jara West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The Nyomikas are hungry.
Yeah? Jara West?
Yes.
Oh, you are around?
Yeah, I'm around.
Okay.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Ministers. Let me also use this opportunity to thank my honorable colleagues, the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk. Honorable Speaker, without wasting much time, I want to dilate on the issue of the National Health Insurance Authority. My own village, a village close to 100 households, are complaining how the process was done until they were left behind without a team going there. We can all remember for the past months, there were teams dispatched in the villages to go and do this national health insurance card and the new birth registration certificate. But unfortunately, we were told, and this is the village that I was born and brought up, Digante village in Jara West, or Sare Musa, they were told in the system they are not captured. Because these people, they have a system where all the villages are, but according to the authority responsible for this national health insurance card, Digante Jara West was not, and it is among the biggest villages in Jara West. I took it upon myself, went to the ministry. I have to thank him first because he listened to me and he reasons. He tried for them to come, and there was a particular Sunday they came, But just 30 minutes, they said they were not supposed to be there. When they started, in fact, their mobile phones, when they came, they were not with credit at that moment. I have to buy 500 for each team so that the work can be fastened. But then, just for 30 minutes, they said they were not supposed to be there. They are supposed to go to CRR. I was told they'll be coming back, and I was following. But still now, they didn't come back. I went to the minister again to give my complaint. As you know, my people will love to be here, but I can, in this Bantaba, we only have one representative. Being their mouthpiece here, they gave me their complaints. I went to the minister. He said they will be back at the Soma District Hospital, where they will be issuing these national health insurance cards. My people are saying it shouldn't be this way. It's not fair for them. We know all the villages from the length and breadth of this country, they have reached there, even though they cannot do for the whole village, but they would like a team to go there, at least for them also to feel like the other villages are feeling. So I was sent to say this today, and then I'm appealing to the ministry and to the registrar for them to consider this decision and then have a team to go there. Because now they are putting in questions. When we go to Soma District Hospital, how much are we paying? And the transportation to go, they don't know how much it will cost them. So it is better for them also to enjoy part of the enjoyment other villages receive. And I believe it is fair like that. So I believe the minister will take note. If he's not here, maybe the PS is here, let them take note and consider Digante Jara West for this national health insurance card with the birth registration certificate. Honorable Speaker, again, I spoke about the Soma District Hospital the last time for the expansion of the maternity unit, the neonatal care unit, postnatal care unit, and prenatal care unit. This is very, very important there. If you go to Soma District Soma District Health Hospital, the space that there is very small for this. And this Soma District Hospital is a catchment area population of 25,879. It is the main referral hospital in the region. Also receive referral from 6 satellite minor health facilities and host of other health posts. So if all these things is considered there, it will reduce the burden to BANJUL, Parafenye, and other hospitals. I would like the minister to put this into consideration. I can see time is moving fast and I have a lot of things to say, but then, yes, also I spoke about, there is a health post within the Kabada corridor. It's not only for Jara West, though it is located in Jara West. But if you come there, those who are coming there to receive treatment, you can tell the ministry should do something to uplift, or at least to have a lab block there. The nurses who are there, they really need a lab block at that place because it will reduce the burden in Soma Hospital. These people, I can say now, are receiving more patients than even the hospital in Soma. So I think if some upgrading is made there, it will reduce the burden at the district hospital. Honorable Speaker, on the education, thank God I wrote a parliamentary question to the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education for twice about the upgrading of Ministerial upper basic cycle to a senior secondary school. Alhamdulillah, with my also findings and then connections, I spoke to MRC Holland Foundation. They are building the classrooms now, 12 classrooms, 12 staff quarters, 12 toilets for Misra Upper Basic School. But now also they are telling me to at least engage the minister to recommend the upgrading of that school. The facilities will be there, everything will be built. Now is the ministry to bring teachers. They will bring furniture, blackboards, everything will be there. Now is for the ministry to recommend that as a senior secondary school. And I believe the minister will do that for us, inshallah. So we are saying thank you to them. Yes, but we're talking of inflations on food. Yes, but we have rice fields in Jara West that are, some are not very accessible at the moment. I could remember when I was going to school, there are rice fields now in the Tonyataba, Jifing, Jinoi. It's very hard to read them because of, there is no road now. They have the rice fields at the back, but you cannot pass. The women cannot use those roads to go. So I think those roads need to be fixed so as, there were times that place, they don't eat this imported rice. They only capitalize, that rice, for us, it sustained them. So I believe the ministry should go there and then see how to, make those roads for the women, the farmers to access those rice fields. I would appeal to the ministry to do that for us. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I can see the time is running, and then I have much to talk, but I thank you all, and then thank you so much for giving me the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Jara West. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Lower Nyomi. Pardon? Lower Nyomi, what's happened?
Honorable Speaker.
Lower Nyomi, you can take the floor.
Honorable Ministers, fellow National Assembly members, Office of the Clerk, Security Services, and all media present. Good evening to you all. Honorable Speaker, my intervention today will not be on development like electricity, road network, clean water supply, medical facilities, education, agriculture, and ministerials for the youth. All these I mentioned in my previous adjournment debates, and I know they were all noted by all the aligned ministries. Honorable Speaker, I'm going to talk about internal security. As mentioned by some of the National Assembly members like Nyani, Pony, Bintang Kranite, armed robbery attacks is alarming, particularly in my village of Fast Yagachoy. Of recent, there was a very, very serious attack until a PIU officer gets shot and he was seriously injured. I was the first person to be at the scene. It was around 4 a.m. in the morning. I am the one who tried to lift him up, put him in my car, and take him out of that danger zone. It was terrible. And take him to Amdalai police station. From there, I arranged a transport to take him to SAU district Hospital. As they rightly mentioned, my people of Fas Ndega and the surrounding villages, they are all at fear because no one knows who is next. So I'm appealing to the Ministry of Interior, together with the Ministry of Defense, to work hand in hand to make sure lives and properties of our people are protected. Honorable Speaker, let me talk about BANJUL Bara ferry services. It seems ferry services is a problem in this country. Like he just mentioned, that is the member for Nyamina Dankunku. Honorable Speaker, I stood here in this noble house a couple of months ago and cried out of a sea ambulance for SOE District Hospital to be evacuating patients from Bara to Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. Honorable Speaker, of recent, there was a referral case from SOE District Hospital to Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. This patient onboarded the ferry to BANJUL. Unfortunately, the ferry had a breakdown and the patient lost his life. The ferry spent a full night in the river. This is serious. Definitely, the lives of Nyominkas, Opanyomi and Jogado, or the entire North Bank region, we need help with this ferry service system. Honorable Speaker, I will not conclude for not seconding the statement given by Honorable nominated member Keba Lang Fofana, the member for Banjul South, the member for Fori Jaro. Honorable Speaker, as they rightly said, this house is a respectable house. We need to build up our RST, respect, security, and trust. Respect one another, secure one another, and trust one another, and work as a team for the development of our beloved nation. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I will thank you all and wish you all Ramadan Mubarak, and may God answer all our prayers. Wassalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Nyomi. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Combo South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Let me also join my colleagues to thank the Office of the Clerk and your very self for all the coordination that have been happening since the beginning of this sitting of the first ordinary session. And I also want to take this opportunity to, from the bottom of my heart, to thank the good work of the support staff of the National Assembly. When we were recruiting these people in 2016, 2017 to 2021, we said we want to have people of excellency to be here to raise the bar of this National Assembly. And we can proudly say that we have done that. The kind of reports that were laid during this session, the quality of the reports, the statistics, and also the way that they were presented shows that the Fifth Legislature had done a good job, and that will have to continue. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the ministers for being here with us. It's going to be a long day, but it's worth it. This is the Gambia that we are serving. And this Gambia is the only place that we have. As in the relics of the national anthem, and also the code of this country, peace, progress, and prosperity, we need to have to do that. How do we do that? We need to be able to have strategies in place that is going to help us. Honorable Speaker, I'm going to come back again to take cue from the member for Bakau. He said that the minister was complaining that he came up with a question 7 times. But my question, this one is my 8th time that, for the 8th time that I've been mentioning this thing about the people of Kombo South. Kombo South is one of the most densely populated constituency in the whole of the Gambia, with over 145,000 residents, 72,000 votes, 5 major fish landing sites, 6 major learning institutions, 5 major health facilities, and coupled with the nature of the people, looking at the situation where we are, has become a cosmopolitan settlement from Khartoum right down to Tangier. Is the only community or is the only constituency in this country that have integrated and also settled the people of this ECOWAS region. That's the ECOWAS of people of the ECOWAS people. And looking at that, Honorable Speaker, over the years, I've talked about the setting up of a skills training center, which will also be the bedrock of development in our country. And what we are looking for is to put up a state-of-the-art skills training center in Kombo South that will cover the area of education, agriculture, fisheries, the environment, and even health, because it is very important. And these are the driving force for the development of this country. We need to ensure that we increase the productivity in this country, where we need to invest. And to do that investment, Honorable Speaker, looking at the statistics of this country, the population of the Gambia is 2.5 million. 1.5 million of that population consists of the youths, and they are within the age bracket of 14 to 25 years. But the youth of this country are coupled with issues that is confronting them. Overpopulation, overcrowding in their areas, no better proper electricity supplies, the infrastructural protections are there, and the vast majority of our younger generation are malnourished. So, Honorable Speaker, looking at the nature and the productivity in our area, we want to ensure that there is a place where the vegetable production that is being done and the fruits that are being collected are stored to ensure continuity and also improve the livelihoods of the residents of Kombo South, to enable them to improve their economic status and improve social cohesion in the communities. That cannot be done, Honorable Speaker, without focusing on the youth of this country. To give more statistics, Honorable Speaker, on the youth of this country, as I said, 1.6 million of the population are youth of this country, which is about 2/3 of the population are under 25. And the diversity or the democratic situation of the Gambia is very high, especially if you look in the area of Kombo South. If you look at the demographics of this country up to 2021, 43.52% of the population are within the age range of 0 to 14 years. 53.61% of the population are between the age ranges of 15 to 64 years. So that's why, Honorable Speaker, it is important that our planners in our various departments, ministries, and agencies need to look into this thing to ensure that we help the young people to be settled in their own communities. We cannot do that where if we do not have proper programs for them that is going to help them to stay in their country, to build their capacities, to engage in meaningful socio-economic developments that will retard them from taking the back way. Honorable Speaker, having said that, and as I said, Combo South is very porous, and also because of the fish landing sites, is the only community or one of the communities in this country that is more affected by this backway syndrome. In November 2021, 35 young people left the shores of Combo South. The boat is still missing. We cannot locate where they are. Honorable Speaker, because we do not have skills promotion for young people in this country, we do not have job opportunities for them, we do not situate them to enable them to be more proactive in what they are doing, to save them taking the back way. I think, Honorable Speaker, it is important that our planners in our various departments and agencies work towards the development of these skill centers to entice the young people to stay in their countries. And as I said, fishing is one of the most earning capacities, and when their capacities are developed, it will be one of the areas where they can have more money, and the economic status of those young people will be set. Honorable Speaker, as I said, we had worked with the Director of Diaspora at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they had been very supportive. But the community took it upon themselves to raise over $150,000 to go to the neighboring countries in West Africa to try to locate these young people who had gone missing since 2021. So that shows the commitment and the concern of the people, especially our young people. And that money that has been raised all that amount was raised by the young people of Combo South, especially the people of Gunjur. And I said this is something that we need to do. And I want to also continue to appeal to the Minister of Foreign Affairs to work with his counterparts in the region to ensure that the deportation that is happening in the European countries and now Scandinavia, how do we cope those things? We need to create job opportunities for young people in this country where they can stay to enable them to be able to do this. Honorable Speaker, to conclude, it is about time as Gambians we take the interests of this country, and this is the country that we have. And we want to call on the young people, the professionals, or the young parliamentarians in this country. Let us work and see the interests of this Gambia. Gambia is the only country that we have, and we as people of this country, we need to work to ensure the integration that is being brought by the founders of the ECOWAS in 1975. And I want to tell you that we have a lot that we can learn, and Gambia is fortunate to be the president of the ECOWAS Commission. It is leading all the institutions in the ECOWAS region. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, let us double up and work together to ensure that we work to save the lives of our young people. In that rate, the Gambia will be a country and the flag of this country will be flying high. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Combo South. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Jimara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to take the opportunity to thank the Honorable Ministers present in this National Assembly today, and also to thank members for their dedication and determination in attending all the sessions, all the sittings during this first ordinary session of 2023. And I also want to thank Honorable Speaker and the Office of the Clerk for the opportunity given to us. Honorable Speaker, at some point, I wanted to withdraw, but I have to say something at least. Honorable Speaker, before I dwell into my deliberation, I just want to remind some of the ministries that were here during our last adjournment debate. We cry for road network, water shortages, electricity, so on and so forth. And we still, here talking to them to see how best they can address these issues. Our people are always calling. They are always appealing. We know what we give the ministries. We know what we have in our food basket as a nation. We know your priorities. We know your effort that you are putting in. But we cannot relent to appeal for you to adjust. Honorable Speaker, to the Ministry of Works, last adjournment debate, I mentioned the issue of Manekunda Dembakunda Road up to Sotuma, Sambakoy. I also mentioned the road from Sare Sembel, linking Sare Jaube, coming down to Sare Mamudu, and also the road from Sare Koke, going all the way to Siflas, and linking Mankamankunda. Yeah, Siflas. We have Siflas Suna and Sifla Kaiten. We want to remind to appeal to the government through the Ministry of Works on behalf of our people to see how best we can have some of, if not all, at least one of them be fixed. The last time the minister was here, he responded to a question concerning the road network in URR. And he mentioned Basel Loop, but I was not too clear if Jimara was part of it. That's why I brought this thing today. And also to the Ministry of Health. There was a time I was part of a youth organization that championed a campaign to advocate for our people to not ask what the government can do for them, but ask themselves what they can do for their country. As a result, our people now are embarking on massive construction of hospitals or expansion of the existing hospitals. We know these are not part of the government projects. But as we speak today, the community that I hail from Gambisara is facing a financial challenge to complete that health center. That of Dembakunda, Sotuma, they are all struggling to complement the effort of the government so that the burden will be eased on that of Basse. So we appeal on their behalf to the government through the Ministry of Health to see how best they can help or assist, either in cash or kind, so that these projects will be completed. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the government of the Gambia for all the development projects that they are embarking on, from the road networks in URR, CRR, North Bank, Banjul, and Kanifing, just to name a few. This is why we voted for them. This is why we, as Gambians, this is what we expect from them. We know it is never easy to satisfy everybody, and government is an ongoing process. With the little that you are doing, we appreciate it. We also equally want to take this opportunity to thank you and appreciate you for whatever you are doing. Honorable Speaker, as I said, I did not want to deliberate today, but something happened. I think there's need for me to come and call for peace. Honorable Speaker, the only way we can bring growth and stability is through peace. Peace is the only path that we can take to bring growth and stability to our society. Honorable Speaker, if we do not have peace and harmony, achieving okay, you want me to mention Diabu? Okay, achieving the political strength, economic stability, and cultural growth will be very, very difficult. Honorable Speaker, moreover, before we transmit peace to others, it is very vital or important for us to have peace within. This National Assembly should serve as a beacon of hope for the people of the Gambia. If this National Assembly is a crisis, Honorable Speaker, I am afraid Gambia will be doomed. We want to urge all members to respect one another, as he has said, work hand in hand to see to it that the Gambia that we all serve get to that promised land. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I want to beg to take my seat, and I thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jimara. Honorable members, I now have our last one before we go to do our iftar. Because some people are looking at me with certain eyes, I think. Fonyi Bondali.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Bondali. Is he around?
The time is almost up. It's almost time.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister present here. Honorable Speaker, I would like to start my intervention here in the Assembly. Honorable Speaker, this is the building or the house where every Gambian is represented, from the minority to the majority. Honorable Speaker, I would like to touch on the selective display of photos in this National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, the photo of the former president or the first president, Sir Dawda Kairaba Jawara, may his soul rest in perfect peace, is here. Honorable Speaker, the photo of the current president is here. Honorable Speaker, the photo of the first clerk to the current one is here. Honorable Speaker, the photo of the first speaker to the current speaker is here. Honorable Speaker, this is the house where school children come to learn. Honorable Speaker, this is the house where the visitors come. I hope this house should be for every Gambian. Honorable Speaker, I think starting counts from 1, 2 to 3. But here the starting count from 1 up to 3 and jump the 2. Honorable Speaker, there is nowhere in this assembly where you will see the photo of the former president. This is for posterity and history. I cannot say anything about the first regime, that's the First Republic. But I can say a little bit. I can say more about the Second Republic and then the Third Republic. But there are children who cannot say anything about the Second Republic, and they need to know. The school children who used to come here for excursion will like to know he is the first president, he is the second president, and the third president. I think having the former president picture here in the National Assembly, I don't think that is a crime. And any individual or the government will have a legacy. The First Republic have a legacy I did not know, but my parents normally say that it was very easy then. The life, today we are complaining the height of the commodities, but then they say that it was nothing like that. The Second Republic also. Then many development took place in the Second Republic. And the Third Republic, we can also give them credit because they brought democracy to the Gambia. This is their legacy too.
Which democracy?
So I think when you start something, you need to end it. The president of the republic is tolerant. So you start it. So you must continue. Whether maybe it might not sound well with others, or maybe others might not like it, but I think it's democracy where everybody's view or opinion is respected. So I hope that one should be respected too. Honorable Speaker, on the road accident, the rate of the accident in this country is alarming. And Honorable Speaker, sadly, that can be avoidable. If you look on our roads, the absence of the signs like the zebra crossing, the speed limit, and then the markings on the lanes are absent. Honorable Speakers, those who normally ply the road, the Trans-Gambia, will experience this, especially driving during or at night. The marks are eroded, you cannot see. So this sometimes brings the collision of the vehicles because of sometimes, there are people whom, their visions are not that much good, especially driving at night. Honorable Speaker, the role of the NRA is to maintenance of our roads. So I urge the Minister of Works and then NRA to take on that tax. Honorable Speaker, on electricity, it sometimes baffles me to see two villages that are very close to each other. You see, there will be electricity in this village, and then there will be no electricity in the other village, which are very close to each other. For instance, Nyantempo in Fonyi Bondali and Fast Chairman is less than 1 kilometer. So I don't know what qualified the other one to have electricity and then the other one did not have electricity. Honorable Speaker, the same thing. If you go to, in the same district, Fonyi Bondali. Bondali is having electricity, and then Santamba was not having, but thank God now they have the electricity. But Brambang and Kawali and Kanyiwaro, they are not far from each other. Honorable Speaker, Minister of Energy should help us in this area. The same thing happens to Moyok in the same district. Moyok itself, there is electricity, but even the Alcalo is not even having electricity. So I don't know how did they do how they distribute their poles or, but Honorable Speaker, I would like the Minister of Energy to intervene in this area. Honorable Speaker, I would like to submit here. I'm hungry, but anyway, I have to thank I would like to thank the people of Fonyi Bondali and in the people of Fonyi, and in the people of the Gambia at large. I'll not do justice without thanking my wife, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Fonyi Bondale. I'm just surprised. I thought that those words will come from Jarankas, not from... Honorable members, I know it's going 7:13 by my clock, my watch. I think we will go perform ablution and do our iftar. When do we come back? There are suggestions that you are going to cut your fast, and then you just after prayers you have your dinner. So honorable members, that is in the next 45 minutes. My problem actually is some of us, when we eat and do these things, we get a little bit dizzy. To bring them here may be difficult. All right, it will be good that we come by 8 o'clock and we finish early. So, honorable members, we will suspend this session until 8 o'clock sharp. So the session is now suspended.